Every man is truly two beings, cursed with the struggle of good and evil within him. What would this duality be like, separated, each part living alone, the good companion, and then the pure and ugly evil of a man? Yeah, that you, Poole?
Yes, Dr. Jekyll.
Come in, come in. Did you get the salt?
Yes, sir. Finally, sir. But only 3 pounds of it. That was all the chemist had.
Good. It will suffice. Thank you, Poole.
Anything else, sir?
Oh, no, Poole. Good night.
I beg pardon, sir, if I may ask, is the experiment nearly done?
I think so, Poole. This time, I think it's really nearly done.
Ah, splendid, sir. Cook would be glad to hear it, too.
Yes,
good night,
yes,
sir.
Good night, good night.
Welcome to the Halloween Bad Trip Report. This is Over the Edge. I'm Dexter Surge, and back with me tonight is the professor. Professor, you have to get on mic too.
Yes, good hello, Dexter.
Yes, how are you tonight, Professor? It's so good to have you back for another trip report.
Thank you very much. I think I'm doing okay, but there may be some periodic flashbacks.
Do you think this trip report thing is catching on, or?
It seems to. There is, I think, developing something of a following our website at freeradicalradio.com, where you can hear all the past trip reports, and where, if your trip report is good tonight, where your trip report may end up.
Yes, all trip reports will be recorded for your protection and our protection. And of course, Professor, you must admit that there's an amazing increase in drug use, which can only help our show.
Yes, and I'd like to think that we're some small part of this.
And since it's Halloween, it's the bad trip report. That's right. We don't want to hear about any good trips, any revelations of a nice nature. This is the bad trip report. This is Halloween. And what better introduction could there be for our guest trip reporter, Santo Gold? Santo, are you there?
Yes, Dexter, I'm here.
Would you hum for just a minute?
Hum.
Trying to figure out which mic you're on. Just keep humming.
Yes. All
right, apparently it's that one. All right, now, Santo Gold, you've probably had more bad trips than what would you say? More bad trips than what?
Maybe 30 to 40 bad trips.
Really? Well, I think we should prime the bad trip pump, phone-wise, with one of your tales, one of your worst trips.
Probably the worst trip ever.
This is our bad trip eyewitness reporter, Santo Gold. Go ahead.
Yes, back in 1979, my grandmother had passed away. I was living in Buffalo, New York, and I I was summoned home to New York. And the poor woman had been living in her apartment in the projects in Jamaica, had passed away, evidently had been dead a very long time, but I didn't realize that. And me and my sister dropped acid and went to the coroner's to identify the body, not knowing this. And after a long build-up, he kept interviewing us and asking us questions. Did she have any pets? He kept asking. Did she have any friends? Did she go out? And every few questions he would ask, any pets?
Don't mind me, Santo. I'm just trying to get a good effect on your voice. Just keep going.
Well, the coroner was a very frightening man. His fingers were very long, wrinkled, very old man.
Do you like that one? Is that difficult?
That's a good one.
Here's a little longer.
Yes. And the coroner finally told us, did she have any pets? He kept asking. Then he told us, you know, your grandmother has been dead a long time. And we just looked around. How long? And he didn't answer. I said, a day? 2 days? 3 days? He still didn't answer. Finally, he put his pencil down. He said, a week? Maybe 10 days? Maybe even more. Maybe even more. He said, I'll just show you a lock of her hair. We went into the observation room. He wheeled her in. And the body was very distended. And suddenly just pulled the whole blanket off her. And the obscene trumpets just went off in our heads. And we just looked at it. The face was bubbling, just like a volcano. Every color, purples, blues, greens. It was horrible. And the teeth, it looked like a skull. And you could look and just see that just a little bit looked like my grandmother. You could just see the little bit. We were so frightened. And then we went and sat in the car for 2 hours. And the trumpets never went out. The lights never went out in our minds. And to this day, I feel touched and changed by this violent, bloody corpse.
And that is our first trip report from Santo Gold, who decided to take acid on viewing his dead grandmother. Yeah, if you have any bad trips you'd like to relate here on the Halloween Bad Trip Report, our number is 510-848-4425. Santo, are you a local, regional, national, or international expert?
I'm probably a local, regional, national expert. As I've only been to Canada. And I didn't actually trip in Canada, so yes, it's regional. And the two guys at the gas station, they were twins, and they were just leering at me, saying, I couldn't understand what they were saying. Finally, I realized they're saying, with your long hair, you look like a girl. And we were just stopping for directions. We were tripping our faces off. I said nothing. I got my keys and got back in the car.
At Eton, I'd study the work of Cornelius Agrippa. Smells and fumes filled my rooms, and the hum of the galvanometer.
The sky is your galvanometer tonight.
I surrounded myself with the instruments of life, beckoning the spark of creation.
Ah, Shelley, the modern Prometheus.
But perhaps something alive can be created.
Calvinism has given token of such thing. Although I'm not really qualified to comment on such scientific...
What is your field, Doctor?
I think of myself as a general physician. However, the processes of the mind interest me more than the body. I have written a thesis. The morbo for an edema...
Yes, we know, Polly. The causes and effects of sleepwalking and nightmares.
Exhibition of nature at her worst without, and we three, we elegant three within. I should like to think that an irate Jehovah was pointing those arrows of lightning directly at my head, the unbowed head of George Gordon Lord Byron, England's greatest sinner. But I cannot flatter myself to that extent. Possibly those thunders are for our dear Shelley, heaven's applause for England's greatest poet.
What of my Mary?
She is an angel.
You think so?
You hear? Come, Mary. Come and watch the storm.
You know how lightning alarms me. Shelley, darling, will you please light these candles for me?
Oh, Mary, darling.
Astonishing creature.
I, Lord Byron?
Frightened of thunder, fearful of the dark. And yet you have written a tale that sent my blood into icy creeps. Look at her, Shelley. Can you believe that bland and lovely brow conceived of Frankenstein? A monster created from cadavers out of rifled graves? Isn't it astonishing?
I don't know why you should think so. What do you expect? Such an audience needs something stronger than a pretty little love story.
Tells me that you haven't been sleeping.
Well, it's these ridiculous pills they prescribe. For instance, the Lumina. If I take it, the next day I go around as stupid as a stone. And if I don't take it, well, then my mind's going off in 100 directions at once.
Then take the Lumina.
Oh, yes, but today I wanted to be alert for your visit. Particularly as I saw so little of you at the hospital.
Jimmy, I'm sorry, but with this picture and two difficult stars...
It's no pleasure making you feel guilty. Go on, off you go. You don't want to miss your aeroplane. Mr. Kay, I'd almost forgotten. My tea time guest.
Mr. Whale, this is such an honor. You're one of my favorite all-time directors. Can't believe I'm meeting you.
So why shouldn't I write of monsters?
No wonder Murray's refused to publish the book. He says his reading public would be too shocked.
It will be published, I think.
Then, darling, you will have much to answer for.
The publishers did not see that my purpose was to write a moral lesson. The punishment that befell a mortal man who dared to emulate God.
Well, whatever your purpose may have been, my dear, I take great relish in savoring each separate horror. I roll them over on my tongue.
Don't, Lord Byron. Don't remind me of it tonight.
What a setting in that churchyard to begin with. The sobbing women. The first clod of earth on the coffin. That was a pretty chill. Frankenstein and the dwarf stealing the body out of its new-made grave. Cutting the hanged man down from the gallows where he swung creaking in the wind. The cunning of Frankenstein in his mountain laboratory, taking dead men apart and building up a human monster. so fearful, so horrible, that only a half-crazed brain could have devised. And then the murder. The little child drowned. Henry Frankenstein himself thrown from the top of the burning mill by the very monster he had created. And it was these fragile white fingers that penned a nightmare.
What are you doing, man?
Do you believe dreams can explain and illustrate the waking state of the mind?
Dreams are variables.
I've transcribed my dreams since. All dreams. Nightmares. It is an age of dreams and nightmares.
Yes, and we are merely the children of the age. We have all been weaned on blood. The castle of Otranto, Vatic, the monk, the sin, the pain.
And more fun than any Bible.
Made me trip myself, Baron. Bleeding.
There. I do think it a shame, Mary, to end your story quite so suddenly.
That wasn't the end at all. Would you like to hear what happened after that? I feel like telling you. The perfect night of mystery and horror. The air itself is filled with monsters.
I'm all ears. While heaven blasts the night without, open up your pits of hell.
Well then.
I picked this up from a bookseller in Geneva last week. Phantasmagoria.
Goose story.
Yes, from the German.
Let me?
No. Wait. Time enough. Chill my blood.
Family portrait.
On that fateful night, I remember moonlight bathed the windswept shore which bordered our ancestral estate. Our daughter was late, very late, and I stood anxiously awaiting any sign of her return. I could see nothing. I could hear only the low moaning of the wind in the trees, a moaning that somehow drew my tired and nervous mind to a shape hanging twisted like a discarded plaything from the hideous branches.
Consumed with fears for the safety of our youngest child, I flew to the window and shut it tight, and perceived in a part of the grounds less dark than the rest, the same figure from the vile portrait in its grey mantle, advancing towards the castle with slow and soundless deliberation, shrouded by a veil of mist that reeked of the charnel house.
The intent of the undead monster had become horribly clear. Escape was impossible. We were trapped in his web without the strength or knowledge to combat his dark and awesome power. Urged by a perverse compulsion, already gorged on my daughter, it now sought to take from us the innocent heir to its accursed line. I felt suddenly icy cold. The vile stench of the tomb gripped my senses as the ghastly apparition entered the room. Paralyzed with fear, I watched helplessly as the spectre moved towards the bed. The air itself is filled with monsters.
I'm all ears.
Imagine yourself standing by the wreckage of the mill. The fire is dying down. Soon the bare skeleton of the building will be visible. The gaunt rafters against the sky.
And poor Mr. Henry being brought home to die, I'm glad to see the monster roasted to death before my very eyes. It's too good for him. It's all the devil's work. And you better cross yourself quick, Martha, before he gets you.
Come along, it's all over. Get back to your homes, go to sleep.
Woo! There it goes again. It ain't burned out at all. There's more yet.
Isn't the monster dead yet?
It's high time every decent man and wife was in bed.
It's inside, caught at last. Inside is always the last to be consumed.
Go on. You've had enough excitement for one night. This strange man you call a monster is dead. Monster indeed. You may thank your lucky stars they sent for me to safeguard life and property.
Why didn't you safeguard those what lies drowned and murdered?
Come now. We want no rioting, no riots.
Who's rioting?
Good night all, and pleasant dreams.
Ah, pleasant dreams yourself. Thinks he's everybody just because he's a burgomaster. Huh?
What are you doing, man?
Chicago to New York. From Chicago to New York. From Chicago.
Best you can.
This is your house. House of Frankenstein. I thought you'd live in a great big villa or a mansion.
Oh, well, one likes to live simply.
I know. People's movies aren't their lives. Love dead, hate living. That's my favorite line in my favorite movie of yours, Bride of Frankenstein.
Is it indeed?
Oh, shut up.
Hannah, I think we're going to take our tea down by the swimming pool. Would that be good for you, Mr. K?
Sure.
Well, lead on, won't you?
Oh, I love the great horror films, and yours are the best. The old Dark House, this one, man.
So, Mr. K, what do you want to know?
Everything. Start at the beginning.
Looking at the left, followed by some strenuous from
Can we talk about the horror movies now?
So, is there anything in particular that you want to know?
Will you tell me everything you remember about making Frankenstein?
Grandmother's salt. Now. Where's your courage, Jekyll? Drink it. Drink it.
This is Bad Trip Receptacle. Have you forgotten? We have not had one single person willing to relate a bad trip on the air. 510-848-4425. This is Over the Edge. This is the Halloween Bad Trip Report. 848-4425.
Psychedelic music is a form of a total environment of dance. Light shows and strobes in the crowd and an ear-splitting kind of music. The effect is to simulate an hallucinogenic experience. In fact, they've conducted some experiments that show in the right acoustic environment with a proper synchronization of the strobes and the beat and sound of the music,
it was when I reached over to turn on the light, and then I reached over to turn on the light.
I'm sorry. We missed the beginning. Hello? We missed the beginning of the story. You'll have to start again.
Well, I had a light on my helmet, and I didn't want to wear the light on my helmet, so I rode into the park, and I reached over to turn on the other light, but my hand went in the spoke, and I thought I was up against the wall, but I looked down at my feet, and it was the Cara on Stanton Street. So I got up, but my wheel was bent. So I rode down the hill back home to get a different wheel, and my ex-wife saw me and puked and drove me to the emergency room because my tooth was coming through my mouth, and then the Mickey Mouse acid hit me. That was a bad trip.
Your ex-wife saw you and puked?
Yeah, there was a lot of blood.
In that order?
Yeah, and then she took me to the emergency room.
That's a bad trip.
So it's 1988, and walking out of Golden Gate Park where I had just eaten some mushrooms, and I think that came on really strong, and I noticed these really distortions of color, and I was having a hard time making it through the park, and I think my friend and I just decided that, you know what, we better sit here in the bushes for a while until we can come down enough to where we can actually walk in the park. And it was really difficult, and all these strange tourists were walking by with odd looks on their faces, and the plants were laughing at us, and the whole world was changing before us, and we couldn't really balance, and we were kind of sick to our stomachs from these huge body rushes that the mushrooms were giving us. And then we decided, okay, we'll go into Cala Foods, and we went into Cala Foods, and I remember, I'm not even clear why we were there, but I was waiting in line, and there was this woman smoking a cigarette inside the store in Cala Foods in line, and I was really kind of hyperventilating on her cigarette smoke, and wishing that she just would not be smoking a cigarette in line, and just really tripping on it. And then all of a sudden, I heard my friend's voice. I was floating in this black pool, and I heard my friend's voice like thousands of miles away saying, it came over and over again, as it came and got louder and louder and louder, and then I realized, oh my God, I've got my eyes closed. So I opened up my eyes and I looked up and I saw these bright lights over my head, and I thought, oh my God, I'm on a hospital table and they're operating on me because something really bad happened, and my friend's screaming at me. And then I started to focus and I realized, well, wait a second, now I'm still back in the supermarket. And so I got up and everybody was looking at me, and I started to get really sick to my stomach, like I was going to puke, and I had to run outside of Cala Foods, and I ran outside of Cala Foods and I puked up all over the floor. But after that I felt better, and it was a pretty nice, trip, so it's really not even that bad of a report. Cheers.
Hello. I don't know about bad trip per se. Reverend Gary Larson. That's the Reverend Gary Larson with his light shows, the LSD experience, pounding psychedelic music. But a bad trip is just an overdose. Some ingredient was too high. And, I switched from doing chemical drugs over to doing mushrooms and peyote, organic drugs, and there was much less likelihood of a bad trip when I was doing organic stuff. So the chemical stuff, you didn't know what you were buying, And I made the mistake of taking 2 of everything in that time period. Obviously, I didn't. Okay. So, bad trip experience. I did have physical reactions to some drugs, alkaloids, and especially, and reaction would be with my skin. My face would puff up, my eyes so much that my eyes would be closed. That's a bad reaction, but that wasn't necessarily a bad trip. Just a bad reaction. But I remember one time I took some orange barrel. It was a 4-way, and I didn't know it was a 4-way. 4-way means that it's like 4 doses. So I basically, took 4 times the amount that you should take on one given spring evening. But I still remember, and it wasn't necessarily bad, but it took me 3 days. 3 days to come down.
Is to simulate.
It was rather rigorous in terms of your nerve endings and your perceptions at that point. I do remember losing control and taking off all my clothes and running through the woods. And the camp of the police cars. man, but I remained unscathed. But after about the third day, I was walking like a zombie, grinding my teeth, and early in the morning, coming upon some debris on the sidewalk, and I looked down, and it was like a foot of a large bird laying there on the sidewalk. And I definitely had a moment of truth right there. It's a disembodied piece of a bird, like a crow foot, or something.
It's a sign.
It's a sign from God.
Tripping every day for 40 days, traveling with the Grateful Dead. Finally in Des Moines in the theater, felt a popping in his head. Since then he had no peripheral vision. It's like I'm shaking hands with him and the bandage is coming off. It just looks like hamburger meat. I said, Jay, what? And he said that I gotta pass out of the hospital to see the dead. And I'm tripping now. Tripping.
Bleated! Some sort of joke?
Your face. Essence of evil within you.
So, yes.
Growing before your eyes.
Believe me for everything from syphilis to heartburn to bastard.
Oh, shut up.
They only suck blood, my lord.
So there we were in Baghdad when the American helicopters came over. Small clearing and gassed us with BZ. The sky turned a bright orange as we lay there incapacitated and vomited on ourselves. And I remember the American helicopters sounding somewhat like rave drones as they bombed our village. The BZ lasted for a good 72 hours. By about 48, I could walk and I had to hang on it. I thought, why not? Buy the ticket, take the ride.
Shut up. You shut up.
Come home, Hans. The monster is dead now. Nothing could be left alive in that furnace.
Why do you stay here?
I want to see with my own eyes.
Oh, Hans, he must be dead. And dead or alive. Nothing can bring our little Maria back to us.
I can see his blackened bones. I can sleep at night.
Come back, Hans! You will be burned yourself. Maria drowned to death and you burned up. What should I do then?
What do you want?
It's alive. The monster. It's alive.
All right.
Can that count as one question?
Some experiments that show in the right acoustic environment with the proper synchronization of the strobes and the beat and sound of the music, they can induce within the mind a mental condition paralleling that of LSD. It's sort of a way to blow your mind.
Breath in your other half, Jekyll. You've given him the miracle of life.
What's the books?
Oh, calm down. It's just a simple prank.
Lord,
That's all
no.
it's
The elixir of life according to ourselves. Yes. And who are we to argue?
As the spectre turned away from the unconscious child and started towards me, I was petrified with horror. I was completely at its mercy, neither able to move nor shut my eyes.
The essence of the hidden evil in a man, Dr. Jekyll. The miracle of consummate evil come to life. The hidden soul of Jekyll. I am Mr. Hyde.
Shut up, you old fool.
I saw it. It ain't turned to no skeleton at all. It lived right through the fire.
Ah, go bite your tongue off. We don't believe in ghosts.
Nobody'd believe me. Right? I'll wash my hands of it. Let them all be murdered in the beds for all of me.
I was foretold of this. I was told we were my wedding night.
Doing this. Just like going swimming, isn't it?
Maybe you'd like a swim when we're through. I don't swim myself, so the pool tends to be
Why
wet.
is evil in the world?
Okay, Frankenstein. Who came up with the monster's makeup and look?
Oh, my idea, actually. For my sketches. Big, heavy brow. The head flat on top, so you could take out the old brain and put in the new, like tin beef.
He's one of the great images of the 20th century. More important than the Mona Lisa.
No, Dad, it's just makeup and padding in a big act. It's hard at the moment.
It's tricky, man. It's bad. It's bad, man.
We must come to terms with the drug culture in the country.
Why is evil in the world?
Call the rope because it resembles a cockroach.
I mean, some of those experiences are experiences that we don't particularly like. And
Boris
that's true
Karloff.
for the non-ordinary state.
Karloff. Boris Karloff. How did you ever think of casting him as the monster?
As
Never even
not
starred in a movie before that.
much as it is true for our everyday life. So.
Fuck it, motherfucker! That shit don't mean fuck to me!
Things that we enjoy. There are other things that we could live without.
Oh, what a terrible wedding night!
There are other things that we really don't want.
It's bad, man. Bad.
Why is evil in the world? I mean, some of those experiences are experiences that we don't particularly like. And that's true for the non-ordinary states as much as it is true for our everyday lives.
What is it? I'm all right. But suddenly I had an image of a woman I'd been told I'd meet. And the madness was that she had eyes in her breasts. I have some ether. Bugger ether! I want laudanum. How many drops do you take a day? 100? 1,000? 5,000? I can handle it. I don't need a quack's opinion. Just this headache in my brain like a scorpion.
That night, like a shadow from an evil place, a stooped figure walked alone in the London streets. About him was a feeling of deformity and decay. He had come from the by-street door of Dr. Henry Jekyll's house, from his laboratory. And it was this same door he entered again when the first light of dawn dispelled the night. But during the day, the house and the laboratory were quiet, while the master slept. That evening, Mr. Utterson, the lawyer, stood before the bright fire in the library. Dr. Jekyll had...
This will is preposterous, Jekyll. I'm your lawyer,
Well,
yes,
there's
but...
nothing to be so concerned about, Utterson. Edward Hyde is a new friend of mine. I want to be sure he's provided for in case something happens to me, that's all.
But nothing's going to happen to you. How could you just disappear, as you've stated in this testament?
For our everyday life. The things that we enjoy.
Some motherfucker told me to get the fuck out of his motherfucker.
Yeah, so there was a dead show that a buddy of mine who was going to the same electronic music class that I was college was attending. And he was in somebody's van, you know, and he was trying to score some hits. And he made a cash transaction for some hits, except he was like, 21, young, healthy guy, nice person, long blonde hair, young, clean cut, pretty much, clean skin, fair skinned, handsome young man, fresh for the picking. And so he got the hits and turned out to be a police officer. And the cops took him to court and basically weighed the weight of the paper and said that was how much liquid LSD that he had, which meant that he was charged with having much more than he actually did. And notwithstanding, he was assigned 15 years in a state penitentiary for his actions. And that sweet, blonde-haired young man got that's the next 15 years of his life. And that's why it's live free and or die.
Into the darkness, out of the light.
Go immediately to my house. Poole will admit you. From my laboratory cabinet, remove the fourth drawer from the top, with all its contents intact.
Yeah, I'm the sweet young blonde man that he was just talking about. It's been years, man. Give me a call, 848-4425. And, those 15 years in prison, man, my ass is sore.
Oh, it had a happy ending. I hate happy endings. You should have butchered the little brat.
There are other things that we could live without, and there are other things that we really don't want.
Well, now, how could I know that?
It's part of our life.
So I gave the acid to the police officer.
Mr.
How was I to know he was a narc?
What is evil? What?
He looked at me in my eyes. And we hugged. And then he told me I'm under arrest.
What is evil? Why is evil in the world?
Two guys at the gas station. How was I to know one of them was tripping?
Says Swamiji, why
Tripping
is
his face
evil
off.
in the world?
Well, it's strange, Jekyll, but if this is the way you want it,
hide it.
Two halves don't speak to each other.
Yes, it is strange, but this is the way we want it. Well, not quite. It could be better. If you give us a call with your bad trip report, you will make our night here on Halloween Bad Trip Report on Over the Edge. The professor is here and Santo Gold. Let's see if this is one. Good hello, you've reached the Bad Trip Report.
Good hello.
Do you have a bad trip to report? Go ahead, everyone's had a bad trip. Just report yours.
My name is Frank Rodriguez. I was an addict for 9 years. 9 miserable years, and I was walking in darkness.
And there's a 9-year bad trip, I guess.
I lived on the rooftop. I begged nickels and dimes in the corners of New York City. All for what? For drugs. I went 8 times to jail. I thought I was going to be an addict, a dope fiend, a junkie the rest of my life.
That'll do it. That'll do it. Want a bad trip? Just go to jail.
Great doctor, I was in jail.
It's a bad trip.
Right. I went to him, and kneeling down, I gave myself to him.
Oh, wait a minute. We can't really get into sexual activities in jail. I think it would be enough if we just related the mental side of bad trips.
Corners of New York City. Frank Rodriguez.
Area code 510-848-4425 if you'd like to report a bad trip on the Bad Trip Report.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Santo, while this tape runs on and on the phone, maybe you have another bad trip to relate.
Probably the king of all the bad trips is PCP. You can snort it, it's in pill form, various ways. But there are times that when you're taking this PCP, I mean, some of my friends, they were so scared. They said, how can you ever do this? I mean, why are you doing this? But I thought I was dead. Brian Wilson, perhaps the best tripper of all, he once said, God only knows what I'd feel without you. God...
That's right, that's what he said.
Something like... And the sandbox, the PCP, was all kind of swirling around, and I started to feel like I was going to be sick.
Well, you can see what happens to the brain cells.
I thought to myself, maybe I'll lie down for a while, but it didn't help. I wasn't relaxing. I was still very tense.
How do you lie down on PCP?
I guess that would be a very big pill.
What was the question?
He wanted to know how you lie down on PCP. I said that.
It's kind of a carpet-like.
Be a big pill.
Yeah. Kind of spread out.
That person is obviously stoned.
Some of these trips, though...
Was that the end of your PCP trip?
No.
That was uneventful.
Well, I had gotten back from work at the Mighty Taco and was working 19-hour shifts, 5 of them a week, to save up money, buy camera and drums. And this guy had laid this PCP on me in tinfoil.
Wait a minute, why did you need a camera and drums?
Because I wanted to...
Take pictures of yourself playing drums?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
And I was working many hours and very tired. I snorted up the PCP, listening to the Beach Boys' 15 Big Ones, new album that had just been released. Brian Wilson was making his comeback.
God only knows.
Snorted the PCP, filled the bong, and then I realized, oh my God, I'm dead. Looking at the walls, pulsating, I thought, I must be ODing. The blizzard was happening. This is in Buffalo, New York, and it's just blizzarding outside. Everything is closed.
I understand more bad trips happened in Buffalo than anywhere else.
Well, there's not very much sunshine. The wind is extreme. The weather changes so quickly. It's just conducive to that kind of thing. The people have a very down attitude.
Mm-hmm. Gloomy place.
Yes, very gloomy.
Let's hear from Buffalo out there. Give us a call if you're listening on computer in Buffalo, New York. We know you live in the gloomiest town in the USA. You must have had some bad trips. 848-4425, area code 510.
Another bad trip. We're like laying down in the elevator in the dorms, and the international students are having a big party on a Friday night. They're all...
hang on, someone from Buffalo. A good hello, bad trip report.
I did take a bad trip to Buffalo, and I not from Buffalo, but I spent the winter of 74, 75 in Buffalo.
Pretty bad, huh?
Pretty bad.
It's terrible then.
That was a bad trip.
I don't know anyone from Buffalo who likes it, except the people who are still there, and they're, they're there.
Yeah.
They don't know any better.
Apparently not, man, but I left.
And if I lived in Buffalo, I would move. Simple as that. Go ahead, Santo. You were in the process of watching a huge, amorphous... What was it?
It was like a shape. It was just a shape, and it was spreading. I had laid down on this pill, this PCP. It was wet, and it felt cold, but like my arm was hot. And I'm looking at the PCP. It's like a rug, and I'm thinking, this is a pill. It's not a rug. How can this say it's a pill? Even thinking it's a pill is wrong. And then I'm wrong. So So I laid down on this pillow, and I'm thinking, I gotta relax, gotta come down. You know, I gotta go to work in half an hour. Then my mother comes in the room. She hugs me to her breast and says, "Son, why? Why are you doing this to yourself?" I was crying and saying, Mom, I love you, Mom." And then I soiled myself.
I was scanning across the TV tonight before coming to the show, and I happened to cross over those Asian channels. What are they? Vietnamese, Chinese, Korean, Malaysian channels up there, and there's some kind of a news story going on. It was showing a village with some people gathered around a porch, and on the porch, very backward-looking place. On the porch, there was a woman sitting, suckling a pig on her breast. And they went in for close-ups and spent, I would say 4 or 5 minutes. I couldn't understand a word that was being said, but they stayed on this for a good 3-4 minutes before moving on to their next Asian story. I thought that was
understandable.
That was interesting. You would never, ever, ever see that on American news, would you? A pig suckling on a woman's breast.
It's very natural, though, in that part of the world.
I guess it is. But it just was interesting to see it on our TV, as we call it, our TV.
Says Swamiji,
Trip report.
why is evil in the world?
In 1964, 4 British musicians joined forces to create music. Upon the release of their first album, they were immediately able to
Pink Floyd. What would they have to do with bad trips? Weren't they all good trips? Anyone have a bad trip with the dark side of the moon? I don't think so. I don't think so. You'd have to have been in a pretty bad space to begin with when you dropped the needle. Santo, do you ever have a bad trip with where is he? He's gone. What are we paying him for? Well, that's just not loud enough.
Yeah, Pink Floyd, bad trip.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, bad trip.
What happened?
Well, you know, it wasn't Dark Side of the Moon, but it was an earlier album, you know,
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. No one had a bad trip on Dark Side of the Moon. It must have been Ummagumma or something.
It definitely was Ummagumma, or you say Ummagumma. I mean,
I say Umma, you say Umma.
I do say Ummagumma, but it was Ummagumma.
It doesn't make any difference. Some Asian word.
I don't know what that
It means it has to do with suckling a pig to the breast of the mother
like
god.
gumming, you know, like Ummagumma, right?
It would get gummed up. The nipple tends to get gummed up, and you have to scrape it off.
Maybe yours does, but mine doesn't.
Let's not get lost in trivial humor here.
No.
Let's get on with the bad trip.
Well, it was those like thousands of little tiny animals. That part of the Ummagumma.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
What's it called, Russ? What's the name of that?
Isn't it little furry things?
Little furry thousands of
Species grooving with the picked.
Yeah, man, that made me really nervous.
All right, could someone get out your Ummagumma cover and tell us what that track is called?
Thousands of tiny mammals or something. You know, I was doing some kind of chemical. I didn't know what it was.
And before it was over,
I was very nervous. Very, very nervous.
Well, who could blame you, really?
Well, what happened? Did something happen? Did I miss something?
No, it just took a long time to come down.
Oh.
You know, you go up, you go down, you go up.
Yeah, but look, this is
going to come down.
This is we're looking for big league bad trips, not just general malaise.
Well, I didn't have to go to the hospital or anything like that. You know.
Well, that's what I mean. Not good enough. Can you top that with your bad trip here on the Trip Report, the Halloween Trip Report on Over the Edge? This is KPFA, KPFB, Berkeley, KFCF in Fresno. And by the way, we'll be here till 5 tonight, 5 a.m.
Yeah, so, New Year's Eve, 99, I'm sound asleep in my bed, up against the wall, and then I hear crazy rantings and ravings through the wall, and slowly I wake up, and I'm just lying there like, what the hell is that? So, finally I get out of bed, go into the hall, closer to the living room where the sound's coming from, and I hear my brother just talking 1,000 words a second about all kinds of people trying to get him, trying to, I don't know, hurt him. And my dad's there trying to calm him down, trying to get him to not kill anyone, because he's just agitated like all hell. Apparently he dropped a couple tabs of acid and was tripping all right until he saw some guys in a parking lot trying to put something in their trunk. No idea what it was, but mine took off, and then, I don't know, they looked at him and just thought they looked at him strange and went off, started rampaging around town. Eventually ended up back by our house, and he was in some abandoned field, and he just came running straight through the fucking thing. And that alerted one of our neighbors, who intercepted him and was trying to calm him down, but he was just so gone. And he was just, all these conspiracies he'd come up with the whole time. Something about another one of our neighbors being his real dad, you know. So the neighbor brings him back to our house and wakes up my dad, and they're just trying to talk him down. And I just listening to it, and then eventually I step outside, and because it's just so damn funny, I just can't keep myself from laughing, and they know that I'm there. And then my brother freezes, stares at me, and then he points and he says, "He's the guy. He's the one. He's controlling everything. That guy right there. I see him in his room at night with his headset on, plugged into the wall, these wires. He's controlling it, man. The whole world, that guy right there. He's the one that fucks with my thoughts, man. That guy." And I'm just laughing as hard as I can, and the neighbors and my dad are trying to keep him killing me, I guess. So agitated. So I spent New Year's Eve laughing at my brother on probably one of the worst nights of his life. It was awesome.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. Let me take up the next...
The ghost has gone. Captured my interest, Utterson.
Go to bed now, Mary.
I feel almost myself again.
As soon as you're strong enough, we'll go away. Forget all this horrible experience.
Forget? If only I could forget. But it's never out of my mind. I've been cursed for delving into the mysteries of life. Perhaps death is sacred. I proclaim it. Oh, what a wonderful mission. I dream of being the first to give to the world the secret that God is so jealous of. Life. Think of the power to create a man. I did it. I created a man. And who knows, in time I could have trained him to do my will. I could have bred a race. I might even have found the secret of eternal life.
Henry, don't say those things. Don't think them. Blasphemous and wicked. We We are not meant to know those things.
It may be that I'm intended to know the secret of life. Maybe part of the divine plan.
No. It's the devil that prompts you. Death, not life, that is in it all, and at the end of it. Listen, Henry. While you've been lying here tossing in your delirium, I couldn't sleep. And when you raved of your insane desire to create living men from the dust of the dead, a strange apparition has seemed to appear in the room. It comes, a figure like death, and each time it comes more clearly, nearer. It seems to be reaching out for you, as if it would take you away from me. There it is.
It's one of the worst trips I ended up having. I'd smoked some marijuana that happened to be laced with amphetamines or something. I happened to have smoked it with this person who was happened to be a pyromaniac. And one of the really bad parts was him taking his Zippo lighter and flicking it at my head, simply because I had hair on top of it. This is not a sane person. But I think the worst part of all was having to go to his father being blind and having to ask for a ride home at the end of the night. It's one of the scariest feelings I've ever had.
Why don't we invent our own ghost stories?
A competition?
Yes! The 5 of us.
What about a dark English nobleman who draws women to him, sucks their blood and discards them empty?
Oh, yes. Or an obscene Italian doctor raised by the Benedictines who turns to sin and buggery.
What about a murder?
Or is murdered. Yes. Our own ghost stories. I've always wanted to write the idea of a classical vampire in a modern setting.
You, Mr. Shelley.
I'm too restrained by narrative prose.
Not so, Miss Godwin.
Oh, I defer to the more experienced writers.
Oh. Is something the matter? Phil? Something the matter? Is 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 something Phil?
My only talent is a good singing voice.
Hardly your only talent, my dear.
The central nervous system selects items from a constant storm of sensations. Whatever was killed in your stroke seems to have short-circuited this mechanism.
So you're saying there's an electrical storm going on inside my head?
Well, that's as good a way as any to describe it. I've seen far worse cases.
What about all the rest? The killing headaches, the phantom smells. My inability to close my eyes without thinking of 100 things simultaneously.
The olfactory hallucinations before, but I'm sure they're related.
So what do?
Take the luminol to sleep, and whenever you feel an attack.
We're watching the damn movie, Harry. Okay, we're gonna watch the movie. Calm down.
We're watching. We're watching.
Calm down.
I've never encountered the olfactory. Take the luminol to sleep.
We're watching the damn movie, Harry.
Look. There.
I see nothing, Elizabeth. Where? There's nothing.
There. There. It's coming for you. Nearer. Henry. Henry.
Alfred? Drat the man. He's never here when he's wanted.
His well-being is the one thing uppermost in my mind.
An oak tree struck by lightning, that's all.
Watch the movie.
Calm down.
What's the good of stuff put Ben anyway? All right. All right. Don't knock the castle over. We're not all dead yet. There's nobody at home.
Let me in, my good woman. I know the young Baron Frankenstein is at home.
He's sick. He's in his bed, where all decent folks would be at this time of night.
Tell him that Dr. Pretorius is here on a secret matter of grave importance. Must see him alone tonight.
Dr. Pretorius? Pretorius? What was the name?
Dr. Pretorius.
There's no such name. Now you stay there.
Who's there?
It's Minnie, milady.
Oh, come.
It's Dr. Pretorius. He says he wants to see the master. Most insistent.
Pretorius.
He's a very queer-looking old gentleman, sir. And must see you on a secret grave matter, he said.
That's quite enough. Now come down and lock your door. We can't take the whole day over this.
Alive. Lightning has a power beyond our imaginations. Yes. But aren't our imaginations even more powerful? Lightning destroyed it, but our imaginations brought it to life. To create a ghost story is nothing. Quickening of the heart, a brief half-image of terror in the end.
From sanguinary reflections to draconian degrees, through lecterns bright and brimming upon the hoofbeat of capitulation, about silent self-relieving, into tomes taught Trinatus, under statues sin sans seraphic, betwixt heather and vale, without cavernous line, within vacuumid plain, around gabardine ermine, and courtier train, below silvering skies, filled black with mock tootin', above foliage beds o fraternus, and moorlands obscurus, found can be much of duplicitous nature, like the nights of ye old postmodern yore, pure in darkness's very corruption, as yin and yang, good and evil, heaven and hell, absolutes collapse like suits in Manteca, of fealty's journey in bicker and brawl, from the Code des Chevaliers to the Code Napoleon. Conventions are many but often askew. Truth is in action, perception impetus, and reason the domino of contraction. Elicit not reaction, but rather transcendence. Follow the lines in eternity swallowed by forms even flesh exposed. Fear not
That wasn't the end at all. Would you like to hear what happened after that? I feel like telling you. It's a perfect night of mystery and horror. The air itself is filled with monsters.
Isn't your theory that lightning can endow a lifeless being with life? Perhaps that same lightning in our minds can take lifeless thoughts.
You are bored with poetry?
No, sir, I'm bored with life.
So am I. Let's see if we can't bridge the Stygian gloom, eh? I mean, if we can't, then...
We can!
James Whale, right there. Huh? What'd I tell you? Huh?
What should I do then?
This looks horny.
If you don't want to watch it, then just go wash some glasses, all right? Good old you're not gobbling like a turkey hen.
Oh, that monster. How could you be working with him?
Don't be daft, Anna. He's a very proper actor. And the dullest fellow imaginable.
To a new world of gods and monsters.
I'm all ears. While heaven blasts the night without, open up your pits of hell.
unearthing the grounds of Newstead Abbey.
Harry.
Yes, the skull of the Black Monk. I saw the old boy's ghost once on the night before my wedding. His appearance was said to herald disaster.
It's terribly hot in here.
Yes, as hell. Come, you need some fresh air.
I saw a spirit once, a 10-year-old. 2 bullets passed through its face, and it vowed death to my wife and sister.
Good. Conjure up all your ghosts.
I don't understand them. Sometimes
Oh, it's easy to understand them, Doctor. They have it in mind to raise the dead.
I'll never forget the last time I did drugs. My friend and I had each eaten about 1/8 of mushrooms. The first thing that I remember was smelling smoke and said to my friend at the time, this is, if we started this fire somehow, I'm a sober man today. The next thing I remember was a person right outside my house screaming into a cell phone about how there was a fire enveloping the place. I don't know what started it. I don't remember it being put out. I don't really remember any of it, except for those 2 images, the smelling of the smoke and the man screaming into the cell phone.
In terms of,
Since then,
of what dose of psilocybin?
We are all sober men.
To a sexual rather than a visually acute or visionarily ecstatified.
How much did you take? Well, it looks like you took too much.
We knew that from the beginning. We just didn't know where it would lead.
The whisperings from the other dimension are probably 1,000 millennia old.
Well, by now, by the time they're reaching this audience.
I don't understand.
That's 1,000,000 years.
Can you not speak?
That's the time that we have been sitting around campfires, spinning yarns for each other, and looking up at the night sky.
These old movies were such a hoot.
Maybe I was wrong.
Tonight. Being scary, but they're just funny. Hello. These old movies were such a hoot. They thought they were being scary, but they're just funny.
Bring him in.
Henry, who is this man?
We are the late evolving intelligence.
How much did you take?
The mushroom sent to me once.
Well, it looks like you took too much.
It said, I said, what are you doing here?
How much did you take?
It said, you're a mushroom Luigi.
Looks like you took a little too much.
I said, it said, it was not such a bad neighborhood till the monkeys went berserk. And that was only yesterday. In terms of what dose of psilocybin
How much did you take?
it wears its mind on its surface. And you may not know, but third gastrulation of the black core in the human fetus.
Looks like you took a little too much. How much did you take?
How about those X-Files? You ever watch them X-Files? Those things are a trip and a half, you ask me.
And take it to your house.
Well, you know, I have a TV in my house, yes.
Where a man will present himself in my name at exactly midnight tonight.
Will he be wearing clothes there?
How much did you take?
You must not fail me. Henry Jekyll.
Well, I don't jack off that well. I mean, I might fail. I'm an old man now.
Can I get you anything?
Well, yeah. Matter of fact, you could get me a brewski.
For fear, there is such a thing.
Well, yeah, I'm afraid of failing you there.
Fear?
Yeah, fear, you know. If I don't jack off right there, you'll be pretty disappointed, I assume.
Fear of the dead.
Oh, well, maybe I fear them too. I don't know.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Please, tell me.
Well, you should really fear them X-Files.
How much do you take?
Because them X-Files, they mess up your head.
Shelley is too full of his own tragedies to bear mine.
What tragedies are those?
Oh, I dare say if he didn't already have a wife in England, you'd be married.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Canada is not England there. Come on.
I want to be certain, in case something does happen to me, that Hyde will be financially secure.
I don't know he'd be financially secure. Them porno movies, yeah, I made a lot of money off of them.
We were wonderfully happy once. We would meet at my mother's grave.
Oh, that sounds fun, yeah. Never did it in the cemetery.
Write love poems.
To be funny.
Pledge eternal love.
Yeah, it could.
Scary is scary. Funny is funny. You don't.
It could be fun with ghouls and ghosts around you there. Pretty exciting stuff.
Fred. Why?
Sick stuff. Necrophilia.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Pretorius.
But I got some friends that are into that kind of stuff. Getting to about that age, you know. Not many other choices.
In March,
I guess
we had a child who was born prematurely and died.
Oh, premature, yeah. I got that problem too.
My prayers.
Baron Frankenstein now, I believe.
Well, Frankenstein, I got this calling card here. There's plenty of things we can do with it.
Monster's lonely. He wants a friend. A girlfriend, somebody.
Oh, girlfriend. Well, calling card can be your girlfriend. Just gotta use it right.
Talk about that.
Do you know who Henry Frankenstein is and who you are?
Made me from dead. I love dead.
I've spent my last 8 years.
Hey, brother.
That's who I am.
You're wise in your generation.
Yeah, my generation, I don't know. I think it's a bit overrated, you know.
Carry on.
Previous generation.
I see.
I think...
Well, all right, juggle as you wish. The will will be ready for your signature in a few days. I'll bring it around myself.
In my idle moments, I dream that my little baby came back to life again.
Dozy friends doing drugs. Now that's wrong. And you are in this place, being confronted by these entities. And one of the things they do that's quite disconcerting is they come jumping up or dribbling up to you, and then they will sort of vibrate in place. Then they jump into your chest. Then they jump back out. But the main thing is they are doing something very, very interesting. What they're doing is the reason I call them languages is because they possess an ontos of language that is completely alien to us. They use a language which you can see. They can condense meaning before your very eyes. For them, syntax is not acoustical rule. It's pictorial rule. And they are doing this. They will scramble forward, elbowing each other, jumping up and down, very excited. And they say, look at this.
The following is a true story. It is an excerpt from the book LSD Psychotherapy by Stan Groff. While working at the Maryland Psychiatric Research Center, I was invited to a staff conference at the Spring Grove State Hospital. One of the psychiatrists was presenting the case of Florence, a 28-year-old single patient who had been hospitalized by then for more than 8 months in a locked ward. All available therapy, including tranquilizers, antidepressants, psychotherapy, and occupational therapy, had been tried but failed, and she was facing transfer to the chronic ward. Florence had one of the most complicated combinations of symptoms and problems I have ever encountered in my psychiatric practice. When she was 16 years old, she was a member of a gang that conducted an armed robbery and killed a night watchman. As driver of the getaway car, Florence spent 4 years in prison and was then placed on parole for the rest of her sentence. During the stormy years that followed, she became a multiple drug addict. She was an alcoholic and a heroin addict, and frequently used high doses of psychostimulants and barbiturates. Her severe depressions were associated with violent suicidal tendencies. She frequently had impulses to drive her car over a cliff or collide with another automobile. She suffered from hysterical vomiting, which occurred easily in situations where she became emotionally excited. Probably the most agonizing of her complaints was a painful facial cramp for which a Johns Hopkins neurosurgeon had suggested a brain operation consisting of severing the nerves involved. Florence was a lesbian and had severe emotional conflicts and guilt about it. She had never had heterosexual intercourse in her life. To further complicate the situation, she was court-committed because she had severely wounded her girlfriend and roommate while trying to clean a gun under the influence of heroin. At the end of the Spring Grove case conference, the attending psychiatrist asked Dr. Charles Savage and me if we would consider LSD psychotherapy. We found this an extremely difficult decision, especially because this was at the time of the national hysteria concerning LSD. Florence had a criminal record already, she had access to weapons, and had severe suicidal tendencies. We were well aware that the atmosphere was such that if we gave her an LSD session, whatever happened after that point would automatically be blamed on the drug, without regard to her past history. On the other hand, everything else had been tried without success, and she was facing lifetime in a chronic ward. Finally, we decided to take the chance and accept her into the LSD program, feeling that her desperate situation justified the risk. Florence's first 2 high-dose LSD sessions were not that much different from many others I had run in the past. She faced a number of situations from her stormy childhood and repeatedly relived sequences of the struggle in the birth canal. She was able to connect her violent suicidal tendencies and painful facial cramps to certain aspects of the birth trauma and to discharge large amounts of intense emotion and physical tension. Despite this, the therapeutic gains seemed to be minimal. In her third LSD session, nothing extraordinary happened during the first 2 hours. Her experiences were similar to those of the previous 2 sessions. Suddenly, she started complaining that the painful cramps in her face were becoming unbearable. Before our eyes, the facial spasms were grotesquely accentuated, and her face froze into what can best be described as a mask of evil. She started talking in a deep, male voice, and everything about her was so different that I could not see any connection between her present appearance and her former self. Her eyes had an expression of indescribable malice, and her hands were spastic and looked like claws. The alien energy that took control over her body and voice introduced itself as the devil. The devil turned directly to me, ordering me to stay away from Florence and give up any attempt to help her. She belonged to him, and he would punish anybody who dared to invade his territory. What followed was explicit blackmail, a series of dismal descriptions of what would happen to me, my colleagues, and the program if I would not obey. It is difficult to describe the uncanny atmosphere which this scene evoked. One could almost feel the intangible presence of something alien in the room. The power of the blackmail was further increased by the fact that it involved certain concrete information to which the patient in her everyday life did not have access. I found myself under considerable emotional stress which had metaphysical dimensions. Although I had seen similar manifestations in some LSD sessions, they were never so realistic or convincing. It was difficult for me to control my fear and the tendency to enter into what I felt would be an active combat with the presence. I found myself thinking fast, trying to choose the best strategy for the situation. At one point, I caught myself thinking that we should have a crucifix in our therapeutic armamentarium. My rationalization for this idea was that this was obviously an archetype that was manifesting, and the cross could, under these circumstances, be a specific archetypal remedy. It soon became clear to me that my emotions, whether of fear or aggression, were making the entity more real. I could not help thinking of scenes from science fiction stories involving alien entities that fed on emotions. Finally, I realized that it was essential for me to remain calm and centered. I decided to put myself into a meditative mood while I held Florence's cramped hand and tried to relate to her in the form in which I had known her before. At the same time, I tried to visualize a capsule of light enveloping us both, which intuitively seemed to be the best approach. The situation lasted over 2 hours of clock time. In terms of the subjective time, since these were the longest 2 hours I have ever experienced outside of my own psychedelic sessions. After this time, Florence's hands relaxed, and her face returned to its usual form. These changes were as abrupt as the onset of the peculiar condition. I soon discovered that she did not remember anything of the first 2 hours, and continued with the period following the possession state. I seriously questioned if I should discuss the time covered by her amnesia with her and decided against it. There did not seem to be any reason to introduce such a macabre theme into her conscious mind. To my great surprise, this session resulted in an astounding therapeutic breakthrough. Florence lost her suicidal tendencies and developed new appreciation for life. She gave up alcohol, heroin, and barbiturates and started zealously attending the meetings of a small religious group in Catonsville. For most of the time she did not have any facial cramps. The energy underlying them seemed to have exhausted itself in the mask of evil that she maintained for 2 hours. The occasional recurrence of the pain was of negligible intensity and did not even require medication. She started experimenting with heterosexual relations and eventually married. However, her sexual adjustment was not good. She was capable of intercourse, but found it painful and not very pleasant. The marriage ended 3 months later and Florence returned to lesbian relationships. This time, however, with much less guilt. Her condition was so improved that she was accepted as a taxi driver. Although the following years had their ups and downs, she did not have to return to the psychiatric hospital that could have become her permanent home.
splendid action.
We had dropped acid and were laying down in the elevator. The party goers are coming and going. We're riding from the 1st to the 8th floor, just laying on the floor. The elevator, as people just came and went. We stayed in the elevator the whole time.
Now, what about that top one?
Thanks, no. Dr. Langdon's expecting you. He's only asking about you the other evening, Jekyll. We see you so seldom these days.
Well, I've been rather hard at it in the laboratory. Sure you can't say.
Another time. Good night, Jekyll.
Good night.
Wonder who the devil they said would hide is.
It's beating perfectly.
Oh, she's horrible.
The bride of Frankenstein.
She's beautiful.
Fred?
You want him?
Can't leave them, I can't. Yes. Go. You live.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jimmy. Your movie is not my teacup.
How much did you take?
Help me, sir! Help me!
Here, young fellow. What's the matter?
It's a monster, sir. He struck me with his cane. Help me, sir, please.
There. Nobody's going to hurt you. Now, where is this monster you speak of?
He was right behind me, sir. All the way from Clement Street. Look, there, under the corner light. You'll not let him come at me again, will you, sir? Will you?
No, my lad. No harm will come to you.
Oh, sir.
He's seen us now. Wait. By George, it is a monster.
Look, sir. He's making for that doorway. The small one in the shadow, just there.
So he is. Hey, here, fellow. Wait a minute there. Come on, my lad.
But, sir, don't let him.
It's all right now. Don't be afraid. You there. Did you strike this child?
If the ruffian molests me again, I'll strike him again.
What kind of a devil are you?
There's no gentleman that wishes to avoid a scene. It was an accident. Maybe this pound note will ease the boy's pain.
Oh, no.
Take it, lad.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait a moment. And this door. Isn't this Jekyll's laboratory?
Glad it is a happy ending. People are dead. They live.
My God. Is the audience to presume that Colin and I have done her hair? I thought we were mad scientists, not hairdressers.
Only a mad scientist could have done this to a woman.
Oh, no, my dear, you look absolutely amazing. There's no way I can compete with you. The scene is yours.
In the sequel, James, two lady scientists should make a monster. And our monster would be Gary Cooper.
I thought Mr. Leslie Howard would be more your line.
More your line, I think.
My line nowadays runs to Rin Tin Tin.
Colin, here. It's time. How is he today?
Stiff as a board.
Christmas Lane, and I'm going to read you a story called The Animals of Farmer Jones. When you hear this sound...
Mr. Hyde. I'm an old friend of the doctor's, Addison of Gaunt Street. You must have heard of me. I was just on my way to see Jekyll.
But it had only been cold, so we rubbed it before the fire.
Well, as you know, I'm Mr. Hyde.
Oh, we have common friends.
My fear, Doctor, is...
Who are they?
Jekyll, for one.
I said I'd give anything to bring that child back to life again.
Won't you come in, Doctor?
Come, let me see your face, Mr. Hyde.
I trust you will pardon this intrusion so late an hour.
How well shall I know you when we meet again?
I would not have ventured to come had I not a communication to make which I suspect may be of the utmost importance to your...
We shall not meet again, Mr. Utterson.
Hello. This is Professor Pretorius. He used to be Doctor of Philosophy at the university,
but was booted out. Booted, my dear Baron, is the word.
Well, so that is Hyde. Now, my lad, run along. I've got a call to make.
Our minds will do the rest. This is not a game.
Then come see what they've done to our Elsa.
I had ventured to hope that you and I together, no longer as master and pupil, but as fellow scientists.
He's overexcited, that's
I'm
all.
not.
Now, my lad, you run along home, and don't let me catch you out on the dark streets like this again.
Yes, sir, you won't, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Gaze into the eyes.
Good evening, Paul. Good evening, Mr. Utterson. Dr. Jekyll home, Paul? I'm afraid not, sir. Thought sure he'd be here at this late hour. Most generally he is, sir. I just saw that Hyde fellow go in by the laboratory door. Is that right, when Dr. Jekyll's away from home?
Quite right, Mr. Utterson. Mr. Hyde has a key.
Your master seems to put a great deal of trust in him.
Yes, sir, he does indeed. We all have orders to obey him, though we see him seldom. He mostly comes and goes by the street door.
This is KPFA in Berkeley, Over the Edge. Tonight bringing you the Halloween Bad Trip Report. The professor is here, and Santo, are you asleep?
I'm still here.
Haven't heard a trip from you in a long while.
Well, it's the time we smoked DMT with Jim the Wizard. Should I tell about that?
Sure, I did the ID, right?
Yes, you did.
I can't remember already.
KPFA and KPFB in Fresno. DMT looks like this gray stuff that you would scrape out of the tailpipe of a school bus. Kind of shiny and metallic. You smoke it, and as you're inhaling, the whole world is like sizzling around you. Like we're in the backyard of this suburban place on Long Island, and the lawnmowers and everything. It just sounds like running water. The whole thing becomes. So I had to lay down on the picnic bench, just slowly lay back and hear this sound. My friend thought he was dying of thirst and ran upstairs and drank 20 glasses of water, thinking that he was dying. And gradually, it lasts only about 7 minutes, I think, and then it gradually sort of just mellows out into a nice mellow buzz that lasts the rest of your life.
If you have a Halloween bad trip to report, it's 510-848-4425.
Jay Bomsey, tripping for 40 days with the dead. Saw the pop in his head in a theater in Iowa. And since then, he's had no peripheral vision. Remorseful dude. He dropped acid for the first time. He thought he was surrounded by circles of pain. He was trembling. His friends called an ambulance and they took him away in a straitjacket on a stretcher. Surrounded by circles of pain, he said. We couldn't see them. His friends called an ambulance. They were tripping too. And the squad took him away on a stretcher in a straitjacket. Had a bad trip to Dark Side of the Moon also. Sweating and sweating. Seemed like it was bad acid. It was just making me sweat. And the twins at a gas station are talking to me, gibbering. Couldn't understand their words. Finally, I realized that they're saying that I look like a girl because of my long hair. I was only asking for directions.
is already dead. God is already dead. But God is already dead.
I wish those bloody bells would stop.
Oh, it's quite nice, dear. It's Sunday. It's the church.
What about us atheists? Why should we have to listen to that sectarian turmoil?
You're not atheist, dear.
The principle's the same, bleeding C of E. The Mohammedans don't come round here waving bells at us. We don't get Buddhists playing bagpipes in our bathroom, or Hindus harmonising in the hall. The Shintoists don't come here shattering sheet glass in the shithouse and shouting slogans.
Oh, don't practice your alliteration on me.
Anyway, when I get my membership card and blazer badge back from the League of Agnostics, I shall urge the executive to lodge a protest against that religious racket. Pass the butter knife.
What?
Pass the butter knife. Thank you. If only we had some kind of missile.
Hang on, I'll close the window.
God is already dead. God is already dead.
If only we had some kind of missile, we could take the steam out of those bells.
Well, you could always use the number 14 to St. Joseph the Somewhat Divine on the Hill ballistic missile. It's in the attic.
What ballistic missile would this be then?
I made it for you. It's your birthday present.
Just what I wanted. How nice of you to remember, my pet. Here!
What?
Those bells are getting louder!
What?
Those bells are getting louder!
The bells are getting louder! Oh, look!
What?
The church! It's getting closer! It's coming down the hill!
What a liberty!
In 1964, in Buffalo. In 1964, in 1964.
It's just fascinating.
Straight through the lines, of course!
Well, you better not put it out of its misery!
Playing for genius, Pink Floyd music. Upon the release of their first album, they were immediately labeled insane. Insane.
It's just fascinating.
Pink Floyd. On Friday in Buffalo. It's gonna be insane. On Friday in Buffalo. On Friday in Buffalo. On Friday in Buffalo. Buffalo.
I think that's such a mind-boggling paradox. It's just fascinating.
Where's this missile then?
It's in the air, it comes! Press the button on church!
How do I aim it?
It's automatically mounted on the nearest place of worship!
That's St. Mark's!
It is now, look! Oh, it's opening the gate!
What? Use the megaphone!
It's opening the gate!
I'll pop up the airing cupboard!
Hurry up, it's trampling over the billiards!
Conjure up your deepest, darkest fear. Call that fear to form.
He said he was surrounded by circles of pain. His friends called an ambulance. He took him away on a stretcher in a straitjacket.
I probe the mysteries of life and death. Never, no further, reach a goal undreamed of by science.
And at night, sir. Well, tell Dr. Jekyll I'd like to see him as soon as possible. Give him these papers, will you, Poole? I was talking with him about them a few days ago. Yes, sir. Good night, Poole. Good night, Mr. Anderson.
I can't make any further experiments. I've had a terrible lesson.
That is sad. very sad. But you and I have gone too far to stop, nor can it be stopped so easily. I also have continued with my experiments. That is why I am here tonight. You must see my creation.
Have you also succeeded in bringing life to the dead?
If you, Herr Baron, will do me the honor of visiting my humble abode, I think you will be interested in what I have to show you. After 20 years of secret scientific research and countless failures, I also have created life, as we say, in God's own image.
The sword, Mr. Hyde. Hurry. Mix it well. Pour the powder in slowly. Now, drink it now. Look, that strength of good, Mr. Hyde. The triumphant strength of good. What your face, the terror of your eyes unclouded, straightening of your crooked, evil soul, the masking of an ugly idol in the glass. It's the last of you, Mr. Hyde. You'll never exist again. But...
That's you, Dr. Jekyll?
Yes, Poole.
I'm so sorry, sir. I only just told Mr. Utterson that you were not at home.
I came in by the laboratory door, Poole.
But Mr. Hyde, sir...
Mr. Hyde is gone.
Oh, I see. Mr. Utterson left this paper envelope, sir. He asked also to see you as soon as possible.
Oh, thank you, Poole. Put it there.
Shall I bring you some chocolate, sir?
No. No, I'll go to bed. I'm very tired, Poole. I've been alone too much lately. What do you say to my taking your advice and having that dinner party?
Oh, that would be like old times, sir.
And we'll talk it over tomorrow.
Splendid, sir.
And, Poole, I don't think Mr. Hyde will be back again.
Let's begin to read the story together. Here we go. It is supper time on the farm. The animals are very hungry. But where is Farmer Jones? Turn the page. The horse steps in his stall. Nay, nay, says the horse. I want my supper. But where is Farmer Jones? Where is Farmer Jones? Turn the page. The cow jangles her bell. Moo, moo, says the cow. I am very hungry. But where is Farmer Jones? Turn the page. The sheep sniff around the barn. Baa, baa, say the sheep. We're waiting for supper. But where is Farmer Jones? Where is Farmer Jones? Say the chicken. Give us our supper. But where is Farmer Jones? Turn the page. The turkey fluffs his feathers. Gobble, gobble, says the turkey. My food, my food. Where is Farmer Jones? Where is Farmer Jones? Swallow out of the pond, swallow out of the pond. Say the ducks. Say the time. Supper time. Supper time. Where is Farmer Jones? Turn the page. The dog runs about the dog runs about barking. Says the dog. Says the dog. I want my meal. I want my meal. Where is Farmer Jones? Where is Farmer Jones? Rubs against the post. Rubs against the post. Cow, says the cow. Says the my dish is empty. My dish is empty. Where is Farmer Jones? Where is Farmer Jones? Hey, Farmer Joe, in the trough. Snuffle in the trough, said the pig. There's nothing to eat. There's nothing to eat. There's Farmer Jones. There's Farmer Jones. Farmer Jones is out in the field. Jones is out in the field. 6 o'clock, says Farmer Jones. Says Farmer Jones. It's supper time. Goes to get food for the animals. Goes to get food for the animals. Say the chicken. Turn on the page. He gives oats to the horse. He gives oats to the horse.
Your mouth. Open your mouth. Oh. Still. Calm. Still. Jenny! It'll be all right, Claire.
Can I do anything?
Take her upstairs. It'll be all right. Just hold her gently. Sleep is nature's bath.
Not evading me this time.
What an extraordinary thing.
Been trying to see you all week.
Why, something on your mind?
Not here, old fellow. Come along. We can steal out a few minutes before dinner.
It must know. When can I see it? I thought you might change your mind. Why not tonight? It is not very late. Is it far? No. But you will need a coat.
It's not the first time. It happens at certain times of the month, strangely enough. Sometimes at night when we were in Church Street, she'd shriek and scream and go into dreadful convulsions. Claire's horrors, we called them. Doors slammed when no one was near. Pictures flew from the walls.
I remember one night, her bed shook under her like an untamed stag.
Poor ex-sacred child. Ah, Shiloh.
Lord.
Behaving as if it was a game. Ah, but that's exactly what it was. And all the more fun for being played with a straight face.
And was it fun for Claire? My mother died in childbirth. They brought in puppies to suck the overflowing milk.
I'm not quite myself today, Jimmy.
Before you can do this scene in your sleep.
And I gather we not only did her hair, but dressed her. queens we are, Colin.
Yes, that's right. A couple of flaming queens. Pretorius is a little bit in love with Dr. Frankenstein, you know? Yes, I think we're pretty close. Shall we give it a go?
Why not?
Quiet on the set, please. Light. Sound.
Okay for sound.
And camera.
Scene 215, take one.
Action. The Bride of Frankenstein.
I watched your movie the other day with some friends.
Did you now? Yeah. Did anyone laugh?
No.
Pity. People were so earnest.
Why, was it supposed to be fun?
Yeah, of course. A picture about death. I had to make it interesting for myself.
To a new world of gods and monsters.
Plenty about death. The trick is not to spoil it for anyone who's not in on the joke.
You like gin? It is my only weakness. To a new world of gods and monsters.
But the monster never listens under my jibes. He's noble. Noble and misunderstood.
Only a few. I've got a house full of guests, remember. Oh, look. There's nobody here in the laboratory. Yeah, by the fire.
My word. It does look like you've been working.
Well, it takes a lot of equipment for chemical experiments. Now, what's up?
You should know without asking.
Claire couldn't know that.
To a new world
I said Claire couldn't know that.
of gods and monsters.
You hear me?
We should go cross the lake in this weather.
In Korea, Mr. Holmes, did you kill anyone?
I don't like to talk about that.
There's nothing to be ashamed of. In the service of one's country, something to be proud of.
Any jerk with a gun can kill someone.
Well, that's true. Hand-to-hand combat is the true test. Did you ever slay anyone hand-to-hand?
No. But I could have, though.
Mr. Whale! Mr. Whale!
Mr. Whale.
Hey.
Bet you never thought you'd see me again. I didn't know if you'd be well enough to come to this party.
You didn't?
I'm the one who got you on Mr. Cuker's guest list.
You, Mr. K. How do you know George Cukor?
Well, I interviewed him after I met you. I'm his social secretary now. Well, assistant to his secretary.
Yes, I commend you. If you're going to pursue proofs, go after those who can do favors for you. You just waste everyone's time when you court dinosaurs.
Don't think like that, Mr. Whale. I love your movies. That's why I wanted you to come, so I could see you with your monsters.
My monsters?
Don't go away. This is Mr. James Whale, who made Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein. And this, forget the baby a second, is the monster and his bride.
Oh, Karloff, right.
The creation of life is enthralling. Distinctly enthralling, is it not? I cannot account precisely for all that I am going to show you. But perhaps now that you are my partner, you can.
That will, of course.
Oh, that.
I don't like it, Jekyll.
You never did.
And especially since I've met your Mr. Hyde. He's a frightful fellow, Jekyll.
What's wrong?
The other night,
Let's not talk about it.
What did you see, Shiloh?
It's not as you fancy.
It's here. Can't you smell it?
I can be rid of Hyde the moment I choose.
The smell of the grave.
What's the matter?
Oh, I was just going to say, let's leave the will as it is.
You need to sleep. Sleep? Only the opium makes it possible.
And will you promise me one thing?
Are you sick?
What's that?
There is an affliction. Narcolepsy.
I still take a great interest in Hyde, and I only ask for justice, for you to help him if the time comes.
And his sufferers face the possibility that they might, at any moment, fall into a trance like death.
Don't you just love being famous?
But this isn't science. It's more like black magic.
You think I'm mad? Perhaps I am. But listen, Henry Frankenstein. While you were digging in your graves, piecing together dead tissues, I, my dear pupil, went for my material to the source of life. I grew my creatures, like cultures. Grew them as nature does, from seed. But still, you did achieve results that I have missed. Now think, what a world-astounding collaboration we should be. You and I, together. No. Leave the charnel house and follow the lead of nature. Oh, God, that you like your Bible stories. Male and female created here. Be fruitful and multiply. Create a race, a man-made race upon the face of the earth. Why not?
I daren't even think of such a thing.
Our mad dream is only half realized. Alone, you have created a man. Now, together, we will create his mate.
You mean?
Yes.
You understand the creation. Substitute Ananda.
Creative potential and also creative need. Creative potential and also creative need. The source does not have a choice, it has to do it. It's part of its basic nature to do that.
The source does not have a choice, it has to do it. It's part of its basic nature. is a spiritual entity will suddenly start believing that it is a limited body. It has these sort of has 2 hands, 2 legs. It needs this substance called oxygen. Has to eat. What happens if there are going to be 2 of them in some kind of polarity, like male-female? What will happen if there is something like linear time and there is evolution, and at different times people will wear different costumes and so on? There is an experimentation happening, there's research happening, there is exploration happening. There's an extreme statement which some people made, and which is actually the same as you find in the Kabbalah, which is the principle creates out of boredom. As beautiful as it is, it's monotonous, too much of the same, and there is a need for change. You find this, again, artistic expression of it in Wagner's Tannhäuser. And Tannhäuser, who was the troubadour, the Minnesänger, ends up in Venusberg, the Venus Mountain. It's a mountain with a hollow inside, inhabited by nymphs and satyrs and the most exquisite orgies happening, and the goddess of love, and he spent several years there, and then after this he starts craving trivia. He wants to go back, and it wouldn't be bad to suffer a little, and then he finally sort of utters the name of Maria, and the fountain opens and he's out back to the world, which is a mixed bag from this place where there is only rapture and ecstasy. So that's creation out of boredom. How does it happen? What is the technology of consciousness? How are realities created out of consciousness? It happens by the method of division. Something that is undivided, that is one, splits somehow and becomes many. The second process that goes hand in hand is something like partitioning, or some people say cosmic streamwork. That means these split units of consciousness experience themselves as separate from each other and separate from the source from which they came. So somehow the element of self-deception and false, an illusion of separateness comes. A certain screen word, partitioning, comes. You can think about this as in terms of masonry. In technology of consciousness, this is more like forgetting. You see, that would be a much, much better metaphor. Alan Watts wrote a book, which is called A Book About the Taboo Against Knowing Who You Are. This is the idea of forgetting who we are, partitioning screen work. Taboo against knowing who you are. This is the idea of forgetting who we are, partitioning. These two mechanisms and these different levels of realities are created. One of them is the archetypal. There are sort of other kinds of worlds, universes. One of these sort of holographic channels, if you want, in the world of consciousness would be what we know as phenomenal reality. Ultimately, it would not be any more real or less real than the world of the Great Mother Goddess. In electronic technology, there are different channels. So Sumerian underworld is channel 26. No, this is channel 3. And you can be there and you can believe that there is only channel 3 until somebody pushes the button. That controls filmmaking, he can take you on any kind of...
Is it?
If he makes it sort of nice and solid and clear. And
we can't take the whole day over this.
No, this is an episode of real life.
When I'm no longer here...
the whole thing's preposterous.
When you dream of one day waking up in a coffin, find yourself mistakenly buried alive, enviable!
And then you see the guy going to bed.
A new world of gods and monsters.
I'd hate to find him under my bed at night.
And then it becomes a little blurred and sort of a little more fleeting. So, you know.
Well, it's a promise. I'll do my best. Well, look here, Jekyll. Are you ill?
And then it becomes a little blurred and sort of a little more fleeting. So, you know, the hero's dreaming. And then you see somebody taking a pill and then colors become very vivid and some kind of
Don't call me Crazy Bob anymore. Call me Dancing Bob.
All it takes is one kind of technology, but
he had a little too much.
Go immediately to my house.
That takes you use different kind of experiential qualities.
Poole will admit you.
For different experiences, and you can create different worlds, different nuances.
My laboratory cabinet, remove the fourth drawer from the top.
So again, in something like Vipassana meditation,
with all its contents intact,
where you analyze perception or something like,
and take it to your house.
Coroner was very old and had very long fingers.
The storm is calm compared to what's inside your poor head.
He's a nightmare in the daylight, he is.
Non-ordinary states.
Where a man will present himself in my name at exactly midnight tonight.
You can sort of see through it.
Face bubbling and oozing like a little volcano. Every color in the rainbow. Blue and gold, orange, green and purple and black.
Like up to this point, we were just watching the movie screen.
Coroner
You
said
must
to me,
not fail me.
I'll just show you a lock of her hair.
No.
He pulled the whole curtain away.
No, what? Your face, man. Your face.
All there was out there, and you couldn't figure it out. There were problems.
Obscene trumpets blasted.
You know, in some movies there were flying saucers.
I realized it was my grandmother.
In others, it was like the animals were talking, and we couldn't sort of get it quite together.
Mr. Whale. You okay?
I'm tired. I'm a bit tired. Are you enjoying yourself?
No. Actually, I feel a little out of place here.
Well, neither of us really fits in.
The storm is getting worse.
Perfect night for mystery and horror.
Movies that were
The air itself is filled with monsters.
Clear that window!
Mystery for mystery for mystery.
You mind your own business and see he doesn't get out of here. He's dangerous.
all is one reality.
The air itself is filled with monsters.
Don't call me Crazy Bob anymore. Call me Dancing Bob.
All the sides, all at once.
Look at me, Allison. Jekyll, wait a minute.
This is Cubist broadcasting from the Universal Media Network.
Now I can get back to more important duties.
It's tripping, man. How much did he do?
What an extraordinary thing.
It's too much.
Don't do that, that's waste of time.
You saw you, Mr. Hyde.
Stay in the ordinary state of consciousness.
You stay in the room here. I'll come back
He's
for
right.
you later.
Collecting information and trying to make
The
sense
only
of
monsters
it.
are here. Don't remember that one. James Whale. This afternoon at the party. You said
What you are
the
experiencing
only monsters are here. I was wondering which here that was.
part of
How
the
much
story.
does the monster weigh?
Wish I know.
Oh, close to 1,000 pounds.
What is in my head?
This is the same thing that David Bohm was
1 minute terror, and the next love.
forward
I
from
don't recall.
Einstein's saying these days about
Memories of the war.
science. Don't have the illusion that science is telling you anything about what the universe is like.
Planet on the Wappa.
Historical periods are art forms.
Terror has an irresistible
Courses one night
shine.
come wrapped up in reconnaissance.
Vampires, ghosts, demons.
No more, please. That stuff.
We must remember what was in our minds at the seance. It's alive, don't you understand? It's alive to a creature, a creation, a jigsaw of all our worst fears in flesh and blood. I saw breasts with eyes. I remember
Don't
the
do
sense
that,
of
that's waste of
spirits,
time.
vengeful demons
In the
chasing me.
ordinary state, periods are art. Historical.
On the spot it landed on
Don't do that,
this
that's
wire that was as thick as brass. It was hanging there the next morning. It was only 100 yards from the line, but too far for anyone to fetch it.
Collective unconscious.
So we saw him every morning stand to and every evening stand to. Good morning, Barnett. Just a sect.
So with Middle Ages.
How's your
comes-
Barnett looking today? Well, you seemed a little peaky. It looks a little plumper. And he hung there
Well, at least until we were relieved to be introduced into the new unit before marching out. Speaking highly of his companionship. We were perfectly lost, laughing at our death, feeling that it was our death too. But I tell you, from each man who died,
Medieval science.
You know, our whole generation was wiped out by that war. You survived it.
20th century.
Can't hurt you now. No good to dig it out.
20th century science.
Friend, it's digging itself up. There is nothing in the here and now to take my mind off it.
They're not studying the same universe in different ways, more or less developed. This belongs, science and the forms of religion belongs to the art form of a particular time. There's no way scientists can step out of.
Don't you just love being famous?
Mr. Hours.
On!
Good night, sir.
Monster indeed.
I was almost unconscious when the smell of the damp earth hit me. There was an oppressive weight on my chest, stifling me.
In your mind, you were being buried alive.
And what did you see?
Things which are out there are not causally related at all.
She wants to resurrect her dead baby.
They wanted you to believe that they're causally related. If you see a Western and there is a cowboy shooting and an Indian falling off the horse, you make a connection in your head that the guy fell off the horse because the other guy shot him. Right? Wrong. The guy fell off the horse because they wanted you to believe that the guy was shot. Right? Wrong. The guy fell off the horse because they wanted you to believe that the guy was shot. And they also orchestrated some other kinds of things. They made a hole and something was dripping out of the hole. What is the reason why the guy fell off the horse? It's in the screenplay. It's because somebody was giving you an art form which involved a certain kind of experience, and it has to be nicely orchestrated, put together, so you can read into it causal connections.
My eyes look like they're low. You've got to die.
Right?
And stay here forever.
Wrong. Right?
You're afraid, Mr. Hartnett.
Wrong.
Afraid of him.
What did you see, Doctor?
Touch, touch.
else in the world. You've got to have the strength of Hyde to murder, the inordinate strength of Hyde. You can't kill me, Jekyll. The good in you can never kill. And I shall never die. Not as long as you can live.
And now for a smoke. No, this is good. Smoke. You try. Oh. Good. Good.
All the necessary preparations are made. My part in the experiment is complete.
I don't know, it was dark. Come on, quick!
It's no good.
Acid. A gram of salt.
How much does the monster weigh, anyway? Some say he weighs close to 1,000 pounds.
Miss Julie, close the window, quick. What happened? That hideous creature we heard about, ma'am. That Mr. Hyde. I just saw him kill a man. Kill a man? Where? In the street, just outside. I screamed, and he looked up at me like a wild man he was. Oh, no, don't go out there, Miss Julie. Anna, get yourself in hand.
Yes.
Crazy Bob had done way too much. He fell off the bed. He was just trembling with his face down on the floor. I lifted up his head by his hair and looked at his eyeballs, and they were vibrating very fast, up and down. And his lips were trembling. Later on, he comes dancing into the room like a ballet dancer. Don't call me Crazy Bob anymore. Call me Dancing Bob.
going on here?
You can't run away from your own fears.
Laying on the floor in the elevator, partygoers come and go. The elevator goes up and down, and up and down, and up and down, and up and down. What's wrong with that guy, man? Did a little too much. He's tripping. What's wrong with her? She's tripping.
It's strange. Perhaps you're afflicted too. I cannot see and you cannot speak. Is that it? If you understand what I'm saying, put your hand on my shoulder. That is good. No, you stay here. I'll get you some food. We shall be friends. I have prayed many times for God to send me a friend. It's very lonely here, and it's been a long time since any human being came into this hut. I shall look after you, and you will comfort me. Now you must lie down and go to sleep.
On the street, Father. You gotta go out and see what's happening. The creature was about to come up to the balcony, Dr. Lanyon. It was stooped and hideous.
Put her on the bed, Julia. I'll be right back.
I've just been sitting here peaceful-like, watching the moonlight, ever since you and Dr. Lanyon came back from Dr. Jekyll's party. Then the white-haired gentleman came along, and this monster, oh, man. It's all right, Hannah. And the white-haired gentleman just asked about the post, and this monster struck him with his cane, and then kicked him and kicked him. It was that Hyde monster, Miss Julie. But where'd he go? Well, when I screamed, some people came out from the houses, and he looked round like an animal and then ran away. Oh, he might come back, Miss Julia. Don't let him come back. Don't let him come back.
Extraordinary thing.
This is the Halloween Bad Trip Report on Over the Edge, KPFA in Berkeley.
This is a story by Kenny. I once got a hold of 4 hits of Salvinorin Alpha, the ultra-powerful extract of Salvia divinorum, each of which was about the size of a grain of sand. The portions were so small, we thought our supplier had messed up. There were 5 of us sitting in a circle in my yard here in South Kona, so we drew straws to determine who would partake. First 4 of us who drew the longest straws smoked 1 of the alpha grains, but he put it on some marijuana, and not being a pot smoker, evidently coughed it up or otherwise missed it. The next in line tried smoking his hit through the bong, but coughed some of it out and didn't get off. We decided to join the last 2 hits together, but the only one of us left who was still game to do them up was me. We put the 2 granules in aluminum foil with a little straw, and they both lit up. There was only a faint, dry taste, and after about 20 seconds, I started seeing little balloons float in the air, turn into dots, explode out a couple inches or so, and then shrink back down again. There were 6 or 8 of us. There were 6 or 8 of these lights blinking on and off. And as they opened up, I could see scenes like animated cartoons inside, a different vignette in each balloon. Now, when I'm on acid by myself and I focus on the left side of things, I tap into a greater understanding or concentration of power. I focused leftward as the bubbles became increasingly prolific until my visual screen literally stopped and I found myself in a 3-foot wide hallway with a black wall. As I looked down the hallway, I noticed that my visual screen was like a sheet of celluloid, and there were 3 millions of sheets lined up in this black hall as far as I could see. I stepped back before the first sheet and saw that it was comprised of common things that I was used to seeing, while the action changed speeds in the sheets behind it. That was fun, but I got bored quickly with mere toys of this nature. So I went back into the hallway again to see if I could slide between a couple of these frames. It worked. I could walk as far as I wanted to in the space between the frames, but I didn't go far because I wanted to stay in the area where everything seemed to be happening. The next frame seemed only a slight temporal distance away from the first one. The action in the second one hadn't happened yet, so it was like a glimpse into the immediate future. I noticed myriad black circles of various shades on the wall. Being nosy, I stuck my head through one of the holes and was totally blown away. There was a completely different reality on the other side. As my head popped out the other side, I saw a room that was sort of hospital antiseptic, but not just white, but gold and silver, and a sort of heavenly operating room. I looked across the room and saw 2 tall and thin, blue-hued humanoid women coming towards me. These blue humanoid women. The energy they were putting out was powerful, but intentionally very calming at the same time. I noticed they were walking on the ceiling, but then saw that they actually weren't. Everything on the inside of the hole was upside down, so I was looking up, which was rather disorienting. I pulled my head out, saw the same black hallway, and stuck my head back through again. The blue women were still there, waiting. This time they rushed over to me, and one cradled my head, conveying a warm, welcoming feeling like they were glad I was there. "What took you so long?" they communicated telepathically. "It's going to be okay." They were extremely loving, emanating a selfless attitude like, "Don't worry about how we feel. Come on, it's all right." I deduced that if I could get through one of these holes, my friends could too. The heavenly women said, "It's okay, they're coming too." I squeezed out of the hole, back into the hallway, and returned to the celluloid frames, and I found myself sitting on the lawn in a circle with my friends, trying to explain to them how to get to this wall. They told me afterwards that all that came out of my mouth was pure blather with no recognizable words whatsoever. I got agitated with their incomprehension. I was waving my hands all over, trying to convince them to join me in the hallway of black holes. Suddenly, I was caught by what I saw. I looked down at my right hand and could no longer speak. Around my wrist, there was a tight, black, shiny wristband. Beyond the band, my hand was liquid glass, with gracefully movable, pointed fingers and prismed light shimmering through. I saw that my arm had transformed into a marvelous work of engineering made up of millions of itty-bitty diamonds, all perfectly smoothed in and glistening light. My whole body was a wetsuit with zippers up and down my arms and legs. The jeweled right arm, the one that had gotten through the hole into the heavenly delivery room, had slipped out of the wetsuit and was waving around, gesticulating, while the flesh and blood left arm lay limp and wetsuited on my lap. I tried to relate the impressive development to my friends, but he just turned me off, I think.
How much does the monster weigh? Some say he weighs close to 1,000 pounds. That guy anyway. He's tripping, man. He's tripping. He's tripping, man.
I have created by my method a perfect human brain, already living but dormant. Everything is now ready for you and me to begin our supreme collaboration.
Tripping guys with two heads at the gas station asking me directions, gibbering at me. Like one of them looks like my mom. Get away from me.
I think I left off with the jeweled right arm or thereabouts. So, the jeweled right arm, the one that had gotten through the hole into the heavenly delivery room, had slipped out of the wetsuit and was waving around, gesticulating, while the flesh and blood left arm lay limp and wetsuited on my lap. I tried to relate this impressive development to my friends, but could feel their confusion and wonderment on my right arm, which had become uncannily receptive to emotions. As the breeze blew across my arm, rather than feel the moisture and temperature of the air, I felt my friends' perplexity and their sense of wanting to be there with me. Once I realized that I couldn't get them to understand what I was saying, I had no idea I wasn't speaking English. I thought, okay, the heck with this. I'm going to go back to the hallway and through the hole into the birthing room. So I headed back out the side of the celluloid strips. But by now, because time was passing, I was way down the hallway. I popped out of the celluloid strips, and I realized I was down the hallway and headed back towards the area I had originally been in. Evidently, the hyperspace of the celluloid corridor had not stayed on the same axis as the standard dimension my friends were in. So they saw me getting up to walk around, and then all of a sudden crawling on my hands and knees, slamming my head into the ground, trying to reach the wall. I could see it, but couldn't get close to it. It had moved, merging with the plane of the ground. I came to as my friends grabbed me by the arms and tried to soothe me, saying, "It's okay, it's okay." I was crawling around with tears in my eyes, slamming my head into the ground, trying to get back into this hole. Fortunately, it was a grassy lawn, so I wasn't injuring myself. My feeling is that I'd stumbled upon this birthing room prematurely before I was expected. As for what I'd been born into and the notion of a realm beyond this one, I believe that there's something out there, but that the explanations of existing religions have defined it a little too rigidly. The second time I took Salvinorin Alpha was the most religious trip I have ever had. I was sitting out on my lawn in South Kona with a couple of friends. This time it began like the first, with the appearance of the balloons, but then before I could focus left for the celluloid frames, there was suddenly a clean-cut church boy about 8 years old behind me, yelling and tapping me on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go, hurry up, it's time." I'd only caught a glimpse of him, but he was right off the cover of the Watchtower, the broadsheet of the Jehovah's Witnesses. I tried to turn around and pull backward, but my physical body stayed in place. It was as if there were no air hole to let me out of my body, so I was being sucked back into it. I pulled against the suction, but it seemed that the only way I could have gotten out is to have stabbed a hole in my leg to let the air in. Every time I looked behind me, the boy ran to the other side yelling, come on, let's go, let's go." I spent about 10 minutes trying to pull myself out, then rested for a minute and felt myself being sucked back in, tight inside my skin. A couple of minutes later, the boy ran behind a tree yelling, "Come on, it's going to be too late. We've got to go. We've got to go." Just then, 3 feral turkeys on my property flew over their head, but the Salvinorin translated this piece of sensory information into a vision of the boy sprouting wings and taking off with a bunch of other people who'd been waiting around the tree he'd run behind. He wanted me to catch up to this group with him so we could all fly off together to wherever they were in such a hurry to go to. When they flew off, I jumped up and went looking around the corner and couldn't find them. My friend said I was running around the yard, flapping my arms as though they were wings. I liken this little boy to an angel, and I interpret the vision as an invitation, like the heavenly delivery room to a higher realm. Not the heaven of Christianity, but a higher, goal-oriented place. Excerpts from Tripping, an anthology of true-life psychedelic adventures, edited by Charles Hayes.
dark night of mystery and horror. The air itself is filled with monsters.
Don't tell me of it. I don't want to hear. I've changed my mind. I won't do it. I expected this.
I thought we might need another assistant.
Well, I've done as Jekyll said. Now we'll see. Oh, right on the dot. Who's there? Are you from Jekyll?
Yeah, let me in.
I have, but here.
We have the drawer.
It's in my study, through that door there.
Where is it?
There, on the table.
A graduated glass.
On the shelf beside you, but what are you going to do?
I'm going to perform a miracle.
Now look here. Jekyll didn't say anything about, if this is some fiendish thing Jekyll's cooked up, I'll be no partner to him. Who are you, anyway?
Look at it, Dr. Lanyon.
Man, answer me. Who are you?
You've already guessed. At heaven's shore. I am Mr. Hyde. Hyde, is your curiosity great enough to watch me drink this potion?
What are you talking about? Get out of here, you devil!
She's all right. Part penis, part grave. I'm still...
No, we mustn't be afraid. Fear makes it more powerful and horrible. How can we stop it?
We must send it back.
Send it where? To heaven or to hell? To the grave or to the stars?
We must send it back.
gratification.
Give me a beer, too.
No. Yes. Yes, we can destroy this monster as we have created him. None of the saints.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Dude's tripping, man. He's did a little too much.
Watch me. A new knowledge will be open to you, Dr. Lanyon. And in this room, this instant, your sight will be blasted by a prodigy that would stagger the unbelievers taken themselves.
You're a madman. Get out of my house!
Perhaps he can persuade you.
Nothing can persuade me.
We shall see. No, not that. Oh, he's quite harmless, except when crossed.
Frankenstein.
Yes, yes. Now you must sleep. Our Father, I thank thee, that in thy great mercy thou hast taken pity on my great loneliness, and now out of the silence of the night hast brought two of thy lonely children together, and sent me a friend to be a light to mine eyes and a comfort in time of trouble. Amen.
Go immediately to my house. From my laboratory cabinet,
remove the fourth drawer from the top. All its contents intact, and take it to your house. At exactly midnight tonight. You must not fail me.
Yes, there have been developments. She came to me.
Oh, no, not again.
Yes.
Sit down.
What do you want?
From my laboratory cabinet, remove the fourth drawer from the top. With all its contents intact. And take it to your house, where a man will present himself in my name and he...
We must be exactly as we were before.
Claire?
We must begin now.
Oh, no!
Yes.
Ah, you pedants, hangers, turnkeys, lawyers, you shave-pate rabble. What will you do when we have arrived there? What is to become of your laws, your ethics, your religion, your gallows, your gods, and your heavens and your hell, when it shall be proven that such a flow of liquids, this variety of fibers, that degree of pungency in the blood or in the animal spirit, are sufficient to make a man the object of your givings and your takings away? Now,
where's your courage, Jekyll? Drink it. Drink it.
I think that's such a mind-boggling paradox. It's just fascinating.
Here, in the mirror. Look. Your face. Your face. Essence of evil within you, growing before your eyes. There's breath in your other half, Jekyll. You've given him the miracle of life. The essence of the hidden evil in a man, Dr. Jekyll. The miracle of consummate evil come to life. The hidden soul of Jekyll. I am Mr. Hyde.
I can't go through that again. I can't.
For God's sake, Mary, we can do it.
No. This is your work. Yes. I'll have no hand in such a monstrous thing.
What we created with our minds, we can destroy.
Yes, must.
Yes, like God, we have created.
Him out. I won't even discuss it until he's gone.
And perhaps God, like us, wants to destroy his creatures before they destroy their creator.
But God is already dead! God is already dead!
But haven't we raised the dead? Claire?
Don't look at her. It's madness, she's terrified of rats.
Go now. Go! She's trying to tell us. Get rid of our fears. Yes.
It's here, it's too late, there's no time.
Yes. There is time. We must rid ourselves of our harmful thoughts. Purge. Claire understands. She knows. We must be free.
It's coming for us.
Empty your minds. Quietly.
snuff out all the hate, the horror. We can wipe it away like waiting for a dream.
No thoughts of immortal thoughts can die.
It can die if we join together and we form one mind. Hello, your hand.
Go immediately to my house.
You're listening to KPFA, KPFB in Berkeley, KFCF in Fresno. This is Over the Edge, Bad Trip Receptacles. During my travels through India with my girlfriend Janine in January of 1995, we went to a place called Hampi, a small Hindu city that had been abandoned in the 16th century when marauding Mughals invaded from the north. It's situated in a dry, desert-like environment in Karnataka, about 300 kilometers east of Goa. Today, there's a small village in the midst of the ruins, nestled alongside the river that winds through the area. The town is a big spot on the freak circuit, a refuge where the Goa hippies go to chill out. Across the river from the village, there are huge boulders, which are very striking, like some of the formations you can see in northern Mexico. Weird piles of strange rock, like Antonin Artaud describes in his book, The Peyote Dance. Many sadhus live around these outcroppings, a good number of them hash smokers. There's a nice interchange between the freaks and the smiling, cannabis-imbibing Shiva worshippers. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between the two. On the night before the full moon, Janine and I climbed up a small mountain near the village, taking a rather treacherous trail. On the peak was a very simple temple, a whitewashed building, where a whole bunch of freaks were hanging out for the sunset, smoking hash and chatting in many European tongues. Reaching the scene, we sat down and dropped some black microdot acid. We couldn't tell if the temple was abandoned or still actively used. While people were still lounging on the roof, we poked around inside the temple and found that there was indeed still a god image deep within the inner sanctum. We had to shine a flashlight to see it, but the deity had a fresh strand of marigolds around its neck, which meant that it was still being fed and kept alive through worship. So, it was still a living temple, though not very primitive and run down and probably not frequented very much except by freaks from the West. After the sun went down, the freaks gradually disappeared, and it got darker and darker. Finally, we looked around and noticed that we were the last ones, except for an old Indian man who came up and stood very near us. He didn't say anything, but was clearly checking us out. After a few minutes, we started to get a bit apprehensive. We were coming onto the acid, wondering, what's going on? Are we not supposed to be here? This old Indian guy just stood there, and we just sat there, breathing, staying relaxed. Finally, he nodded to us and then left. Perhaps he was the guardian of the place, just making sure that nobody, with no one watching, turned to mischief and screwed around with this sacred site. Janine and I climbed up to the roof of the temple and sat there. As the moon rose, the acid really came on. Then a warm wind picked up from the east, and something I'd read in some Tibetan meditation manual popped into my head. An admonition about the danger of meditating on top of windy mountains because of all the spirits about. It was certainly a powerful place to be tripping on a psychedelic. Typical for me in the early stages of an acid trip, I experienced big rushes that took me out of my body and put me in a different visual space. Often at this point, I'll consciously settle back down to get a basic sense of where I am in the real world, and then go in and out of the onrushing psychedelic space through a sort of hyperspatial wormhole. But this orientation process produced a very amusing result on this occasion. Okay, where am I? Oh yeah, I'm on top of a temple in India with a god inside, and this ancient ruined city splayed before me in this glimmering light of the full moon. It was like trying to ground yourself in a place that was already imaginary. As the trip got more and more strange and intense, Jamie and I had a shared hallucination which went on for quite some time. We were sitting at the eastern ledge of the temple roof on the edge of a cliff, facing the rising moon and the oncoming wind. We turned to look at each other. As every tripper knows, when you look at a face for a long enough spell, it invariably melts and changes and takes on various personas. Something somewhat more phantasmagorical occurred this time, however. It was as if we'd become skeletons, and the wind carried spirits like sheets of loose newspapers on a windy day. Myriad specters and apparitions were blowing through us, getting caught on our material forms and then blowing away again like a page of newsprint that tumbles along and clings to a bush or a telephone pole a moment before being swooshed away. Some of these beings were very hellish, hungry ghosts chattering in endless flight, slowly disintegrating in the winds of time. They'd cling to Janine's form, struggling to hold on, and then be whisked away again by the wind. We watched each other's faces silently for quite some time, maybe an hour. It was rather frightening. I switched into virtual reality mode, which basically is sometimes required when I reach the scarier parts of trips. Basically, I try to engage the arising phenomena if I were operating a flight simulator of the Bardo realms, doing my best to perceive what comes up as insubstantial creations of the mind, and to try to resist being overcome by the attendant emotions. As one might expect, this only works some of the time. At one point, Janine transformed into a snake goddess, which had far more graphic reality and force of presence than most of the other phantasms, and she had a wicked hunger in her eyes. When this image took over, I couldn't deal with it. I had to turn my head away. I was just trying to stay with the frightening stuff, but this was just too much. Janine later described her side of our mutual stare. I saw in you a whole life process, from a baby all the way to a very skeletal old man. Then the skin and the life force blew off. First the skin, and then the spirit, leaving him like smoke blowing away in the wind. There were some dark, sexually ravenous man-spirits that appeared, inevitably appealing in some limited way, very much a magnification of the erotically predatory male gaze. There were many images of old age, skeletal figures close to and even after death. I also saw the face of a very wise old man, suggested no doubt by the wizened guru omnipresent, at least mythically, in India. The wise man transformed into a death's head and moved off into the space of death. All these different spirits were blowing around, and when one landed on him, it was like a sheet of newspaper was stuck on his face. The personality would hold for a moment, and then it would drip off the way plastic melts. Inevitably for me, a slice of cornball science fiction slipped into my trip. Deciding to try the staring game somewhere else, I looked up at the moon and had one of my more hilarious, though frightening, hallucinations. I thought to myself, if I keep staring at this moon, something really freaky is going to happen, and it might not be that pleasant. But I'd signed up, so I kept staring at the moon, which was about 45 degrees in the eastern sky. Suddenly, and very viscerally, my entire sense of space changed. I saw that the moon was actually a flashlight being beamed down onto us by some mischievous alien scientist, as though the plains of Karnataka were inside a petri dish under a microscope. Then I got a more distinct sense of the nature of these unseen beings. Oh, the little creature notices us now. Isn't this amusing? Let's play with him a little bit. The moon began to shake. At this juncture, I consciously drew my eyes away. I did not want to go down that tunnel anymore. As we came down from the peak of the acid, we reached a familiar stage where you're basically back in your body and the main ride is over, but you're still very high. Often this is a time of annoying restlessness. Should I move? Should I stay here? Do I want to go somewhere else? I was thinking how unfortunate it was to have hit the restless stage just then, because the trip had been incredibly wondrous so far. Just at that moment, around midnight or so, a crew of British freaks climbed up to the top of the temple, bringing blankets and whiskey and cigarettes and hash and fruit and candles. They laid out their stuff and we joined them. We weren't ready to climb down the mountain anyway in the state we were in. It was incredibly excellent timing because we had a very grounding human experience with these hilarious Brits. Unlike most of the freaks on the Goa India circuit, they were wry and witty. And they reflected on the bizarre experiences of India, the filth, the sluggish trains, the colorful beggars with knives in their cheeks. This was rather refreshing. Most of the freaks were so humorless and pious. I am on the psychedelic path, man, hanging out with authentic sadhus, which can be lugubriously heavy and delusional, not to mention pretentious. At the end of the day, they're really just smoking a lot of dope and having a good time, as are a lot of the sadhus themselves. After hanging out with these delightful folks for a few hours, we decided to go back to the village where we'd let a room in a woman's house. We climbed down into the abandoned ruins, which were very spooky in the dark, and made our way back. In the village, we came upon hundreds of people sleeping in the streets, so densely packed that we had to step gingerly between their corpse-like bodies to make our way. Presumably, some of them had vacated their homes so that they could rent them out to tourists like us who'd just come to have a trippy time.
One guy tripping at a Pink Floyd show. He's in the front row of the balcony. He dropped his hash pipe. He dove to catch it. He went down onto the floor and broke the back of the guy he landed on. The thing was the Wish You Were Here tour.
That night,
my friend Malcolm was performing with his band in 1970 in Germany. Somebody dosed him with some really strong stuff. Last thing he remembered was laying on his back on the stage singing about baked potatoes. And then he got up and ran off the stage, out of the building, and didn't perform again for another 15 years.
I'm telling you, know what?
After Crazy Bob left the room, we smoked some hash oil, and that brought me back up to the peak of the trip again. My friends looked like giants, but they were far away. They kept getting further away, and I'm screaming at them. And they're saying, "Russ, why are you yelling?" And they just seemed so far away, I thought I had to yell just to be heard. And the stereo was on, and I forgot that I could turn it off, and it sounded like this giant snake, and it's just slamming like a snake that's 5 feet wide, and it's slamming its body against the floor. All this boom, boom, and then the door flies open. Crazy Bob comes back in. He says, "No more Crazy Bob. Call me Dancing Bob." People say, what's with that guy? He's tripping, man. He did a little too much.
Jack, in heaven's name.
Shady! My creature of life! It's your creature!
It's a monster!
It didn't ask to be born!
It's pleading with us to destroy it. Don't you see? It's talking to us through Claire. We must!
And what if it goes wrong? What if we can't get rid of the horror? What if we create more monsters?
Love destroys fear. Tell her!
Oh, what love between a mad god and the devil?
Yes. Yes, I am the devil.
Must do it.
Never. Nothing can make me go on with it.
Brian Wilson doing PCP, barefoot on stage with some young punk guys he met in the 80s. It was great. What a show. He's wearing his pajamas. He'd somehow escaped from the house.
It's you. First good man before your eyes. Now you see why I hid myself away all those weeks, Dr. Lanyon.
What are you saying?
It's interesting to think, Henry, that once upon a time we should have been burnt at the stake as wizards for this experiment.
Doctor, I think the heart is beating.
Look, bring that instrument.
It's beating. But the rhythm of the beat is uneven. Increase the saline solution.
Just took a strong draught of the formula to bring him to life. Weeks ago, that was. But now he's too strong. Now the Jekyll you see before you hasn't the power to keep him back.
On nitrous oxide, the world would seem to be spinning like pinwheel, clockwise. Suddenly it's segmented into 16 parts. The first is blank, and then the next one's blank, and so forth. They're all blank. All of a sudden I'm in this place again. I'm just floating and thinking, here I am in this place. And all I can remember is how I made an agreement with someone a million years ago to forget something that I know is true. And that's how I got here. By agreeing to forget something that I know is true. Doing the nitrous again, it's like spiraling tunnels of wet fur, like metal tunnels, like a metallic taste in my mouth. Taste of rust and rubber. People say, what's with that dude? He's tripping, man. He's tripping. Looks like he did a little too much. Doing DMT with Jim the Wizard at McDonald's on Long Island. People's voices sound like water. It's like a waterfall. Sizzling grease. On the hissing snakes. It's like a waterfall. It's just like water. It's like a waterfall. Ran into Jay Bombsey at the Hot Tuna Show in Olean, New York. He got a pass out of the hospital and he's tripping. I shook his hand and the bandage started coming off. It looked like hamburger meat. How many hits, man? How many hits did we do? I just keep looking at his hand. It's starting to spoil. It's starting to spoil.
Life yet? No, not life itself yet. This is only the spectrum of life. This action only responds when the current is applied.
We must be patient. The human heart is more complex than any other part of the body. Look, the beat is increasing.
Yes.
Storm is over.
We're dead. It's shown me the torture it has in store. Our creature. It will be there waiting in the shadows. In the shape of our fears.
Spiraling iron tunnels lined with wet fur and the taste of rubber in my mouth. People say, what's with that guy? He's tripping, man. He's tripping.
Stopped.
Shall I increase the current?
This heart is useless. I must have another.
Half right, Jesus freaks. But soon, if you look at it just a little bit with a different prism, this could be a military takeover, to be called that. Yeah, if you notice all the power being centralized in the White House in Washington, with these super agencies taking over the FBI, CIA, these super cabinet positions.
And it must be sound. Young.
Carl. You must go to your friend at the accident hospital.
What we need is a female victim of sudden death. Can you do it? You promised me 1,000 crowns.
It will be well worth it, and the Baron will pay.
Yes, yes. Go and get it. I'll try.
The air itself is filled with monsters.
Oh, yes. Always accidental deaths occurring.
Always.
2 hours and then I'll be Mr. Hyde again.
I think drugs are important. Lots of different drugs, a variety of drugs. At least for me, I think it's highly inspirational. I smoked pot for a long time, and that helped me.
It was a very fresh one. Where did you get it? I gave the gendarme 50 crowns. What gendarme? It was a police case.
Uppers, downers, poppers, crack, crank, acid, PCP, speed.
Very sad, only we can't bother about that now. Can I do anything?
No, no, no. I can work better alone.
No strength of my will can stop me.
Jekyll, you're mad. Leave me alone.
To think that in England I was woken by alarm. Here is the song of the lesser spotted.
Hello! More of the powder, Dr. Lanyon. In heaven's name, don't you see? I've got to find more of the powder. This was the last of it.
Ah, good morning. Have some lemon tea because it'll clear your head. Oh, have mercy. Doctor's orders.
Where's Elizabeth? Have you brought her?
She wait. I wait.
I'm exhausted. I must get sleep.
Work. Finish. Then sleep.
I can't work like this. He must go away. Send him away.
I'll settle things for a little while.
Drink. And the brain, perfect. And already in position. Then we are almost ready.
What an extraordinary thing.
Almost. Shall we put the heart in now? Yes. Ludwig. Like normally now. Bring it over.
What an extraordinary thing.
I must know. When can I see it?
I thought you might change your mind. Why not tonight?
What an extraordinary thing.
The air is heavy with electricity. It's going to be a terrific storm. We shall be ready. Isn't it amazing, Henry, that lying here within this skull is an artificially developed human brain. Each cell, each convolution ready, waiting for life to come. Look, the storm is coming up over the mountains. It will be here soon. The kites. Are the kites ready? Yes. Then send them up as soon as the wind rises. Hurry, hurry. The kites. Get them ready. He wants the kite! Stand there. Get out of the room! Don't make the
Hey, why every time, sometimes you can talk about drugs, but other times you can't? Why is that? We just wonder why.
Let an old man alone.
No!
Poole got the powder for me.
Now tell me, who are you?
Who am I?
I don't understand.
Some women prefer Hyde to Jekyll. I think Jekyll is very attractive. Hyde has a certain animal energy.
You've got to help me find out what that impurity was. Dr. Lanyon, you've got to help me.
So it must be taken at least
They say that once Hyde solves his acne problem, he'll be quite a handsome man.
Oh, it will not.
Murder this evil Hyde.
Kill him.
My soul. Jekyll. Stop. Dr. Lanyon.
Oh, bloody hell, you stubborn freak.
Can you not speak?
The monster weighs close to 1,000 pounds. He must be moved. Help me move the monster. Help me move him.
Dr. Lanyon! No!
There we are. There are no ghosts in daylight. You'll get used to our nights at the other. A little indulgence.
Oh, you're so pretty.
If you like to make
since we are here on the edge of the new millennium?
Maybe.
The wonder of your miracle, Dr. Jekyll. You have killed him, the one man who could save your life.
Definitely not. Oh, wow.
He's dead.
Feel the demonic possession.
God bless you, Mr. Addison, for coming so quickly.
Oh, what on earth's happened, Paul?
I'm sorely afraid Dr. Jekyll's been murdered, sir.
What? Murdered?
Come with me, sir. Don't make a noise. We mustn't be heard.
But where are you taking me?
Here's a candle, sir, to Dr. Jekyll's laboratory. And if by any chance he asks you in, don't go, Mr. Addison. Don't go.
But how could Jekyll be dead?
Quiet, sir, I beg of you. You see, he's been in the laboratory all day, and he won't come out. And every time I knock, wait, and you shall see. Here's the door.
What is it?
Mr. Addison, sir, asking to see you. Yes, sir.
Oh, that isn't... Well, that doesn't sound like Jekyll to me.
No, sir, I'm glad to hear you say so, because Mr. Addison, whatever is in there cries to heaven for help and wails and sobs.
What are you driving at, Paul?
It is you. Look at the hybrid child. Let's try to go to bed. It's coming for you.
Well, sir, it all began early this morning after they'd found Dr. Lanyon dead.
Yes. Yes, I saw him. Such terror in his face.
Well, sir, it was sometimes Dr. Jekyll's way to leave orders on a sheet of paper outside this door. And since early this morning, sir, we've had nothing else except notes and a closed door and food left outside to be smuggled in when nobody was looking. And a dozen times, Mr. Anderson, those notes were sent me flying all over London to wholesale chemists for a certain powder. But every time, soon after I brought it back, there'd be another paper telling me to return it because it wasn't right, sir. And this drug, sir, is wanted very badly.
Then maybe it is Jekyll, fool. Maybe...
Oh, sir. Do you think I didn't know my master after 20 years? That thing in there, Mr. Anderson, had done away with Dr. Jekyll.
She's alive! Alive!
Who do you think it is?
It's in there.
I have the tools here. I've also taken the liberty of sending a footman with the boy around by the by-street entrance, just in case. And I have a gun here.
Good. Can they catch him if he tries to escape?
They can, sir. Here's the exit.
Here. Hold the candle.
Right.
I'm going to knock first. Right. Mr. Hyde, will you let me in?
I can't see anybody. Go away.
If you don't open the door, I'm going to break it down.
In heaven's name, have mercy. Leave me alone.
Oh, stand back.
If you value your life, stay away.
We're coming in there, Mr. Hyde.
No! If you break down the door, I'll kill you. Do you hear me? I'll kill you. No! It's Anderson, wait! I'll unlock the door. The door's unlocked. Open it and come in if you dare.
Stand behind me, fool. I'm going to push it open.
Existence on this miserable earth.
Oh, it's the monster.
Nights of the mind, the imagination. Nothing more.
Mr. Anderson has got a knife.
Stay back from us, Mr. Hyde.
Here you see evil incarnate, Mr. Anderson. And murder is my forte.
So you have murdered Dr. Jekyll?
Because he wished me dead. Now both of you shall die.
Coming at us, sir.
Stay back, Mr. Hyde.
Mr. Anderson, look out.
Now.
Is he dead, sir?
He's dead, fool.
Then we must find Dr. Jekyll. His body must be here somewhere in the laboratory.
Wait.
Look. His face. It's changing, sir. It's...
You're looking at the shell of an evil soul, fool, dissolving, turning back to the form of its creator.
But it's Dr. Jekyll. What does it mean, Mr. Anderson?
It means the evil man is dead, fool. For here lies the better half of his duality. Triumphant.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Well, this is good old Dexter Surge back with you for a nice, easy come down. It's been Over the Edge. It's been the Halloween Bad Trip Report since midnight here with the Professor and Santo Gold. Any final words, Santo, on, you know?
Well, they say that Hyde was more attractive than Jekyll.
Not your ghost story, Mary, because I rather fancy a skull-faced woman before, because she peeped through a keyhole like Tom of Coventry.
Story. My story is a story of creation, of a creature who's racked with pain and sorrow and hunger for revenge, who haunts his mad creator and his family and his friends. To the grave.
All right, May, your turn.
Have you come to play with me?
3 years after that fateful night, Mary's son William was dead. 2 more of the Shelley children later died at birth. Shelley himself drowned off the Gulf of Spezia in 1822. That same year, Allegra, Claire's daughter by Byron, also died. Byron survived her by 2 years, dying of fever in the Greek War. His biographer, Dr. Polidori, committed suicide in London. 8 years after the night at Diodati, only Claire and Mary remained alive. But something created that night 170 years ago lives on, still haunting us to this day. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
What an extraordinary thing.
To create is divine, to reproduce is human.